never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. It could be significantly more challenging terrain for any Ukrainian counteroffensive, at least in the southern part of the country, now that a key reservoir dam has been destroyed. There's also epic flooding, White House monitoring.
We're doing the best we can to assess those reports, and we are working with the Ukrainians to gather more information. But we cannot say conclusively what happened at this point.
Both Ukrainian and Russian forces blame each other for the attack. The Kakhovka Dam supplies water to the Russian-controlled Crimean Peninsula and the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Former Fox News host Tucker Carlson has debuted the first episode of his new show on Twitter. The video got roughly 10 million views in the first 2 hours. On Tuesday, President Biden held his first cabinet meeting since he announced he's running for re-election.
Before the meeting, Biden told reporters that they'd be talking about putting the laws they've passed into action.
We're investing in the American people, in our infrastructure, our manufacturing. We're investing in jobs in almost every community across the country.
He said they'd also dive into topics like border security, the climate crisis, and Russia's conflict with Ukraine. I'm John Schaefer.
Former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has testified before a federal grand jury in the Department of Justice's probe of the ex-president. That's according to the New York Times on Tuesday. Meadows is a central figure in both the investigation into former President Trump's handling of the January 6th Capitol riot, as well as Trump's handling of classified documents after leaving office. The Biden administration allocating $115 million to support critical water infrastructure in Jackson, Mississippi.
The city's water system was in crisis at some point last summer. The people of Jackson have lived under constant threat of boil water orders.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, the funding just part of $500 million appropriated by Congress. This is USA News.
Now Martha Stewart for Skechers.
When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes. They've meticulously designed stylish footwear with all the fits and features you want. They have fits like wide fit, relaxed fit, stretch fit, arch fit, and more. Plus, they have luxurious features including Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's like walking on a cool side of the pillow all day long. And best of all, they find a way to keep them affordable. You simply can't get more comfort and style for your dollar. So if you want the kind of footwear I'd create, get yourself a pair of Skechers. It's comfort with style and more.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The PGA Tour and LIV Golf have agreed to merge, ending the rivalry that has engulfed the golf world over the past year. Ira Spitzer says the deal means that the Saudi government, LIV's main backer, will have a major stake in the new business entity.
Professional golfers appeared to have been blindsided by the news. Previously, the PGA's top official Jay Monahan had criticized LIV as an attempt for Saudi Arabia to buy the game of golf. Now he will become the chief executive at the new collectively owned for-profit entity. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
A new report says a flood at Mar-a-Lago has raised suspicions among federal investigators looking into former President Trump's handling of classified documents. According to the report, it's unclear if prosecutors have determined whether the flooding of the server room was intentional or an accident. Actor and Staten Island native Pete Davidson may not be so happy since his purchase of a Staten Island ferry boat.
During a Transformers Rise of the Beast premiere, the comedian told Entertainment Tonight he has no idea what's happening with the ferry he bought with fellow SNL star Colin Jost last year. Davidson admitted he and Jost were very stoned when they plunked down $280,000 with other investors to buy the decommissioned vessel. The original plan was to turn it into an event space, but that idea may have been scuttled. Liz Warner, NBC News Radio, New York.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, yes indeed. You know what that means with that sound? It's time to saddle up. Now, Don used to say that everybody ropes, everybody rides. Yeah, that's our friend Don in Montana. Gotta get a hold of Don because he wants to do that cruise thing with us. Hey, welcome aboard. It is indeed the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Another comfortable night outside the Secret Bunker, kind of cloudy. 65 degrees at this hour, we'll take that. I know we had relatively clear skies 24 hours ago, with the exception of the smoke. The hazy conditions due to the wildfires raging in Canada. Yeah, we're seeing that through much of the northeastern USA. Now, you could really use some rain to wash some of that out of the air, but no rain in sight for most of the northeast. Very dry conditions. Hey, we did have just a few spotty showers pushed through the Secret Bunker here over the last couple hours. A little bit of rain in the southernmost reaches of Ohio. Yeah, right there along the Ohio-West Virginia line. Maybe a rumble of thunder to the north and east of Charleston, West Virginia tonight. Very sporadic in nature, though. Some spotty showers through parts of central and eastern Illinois. In the southeastern tier of the country, not much going on. Just a few sporadic spotty showers. All the big action is out west. New Mexico, you're actually seeing quite a bit of rain tonight. Some heavy rain falling over in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Yeah, let's see, Albuquerque there at Heat Waves Home 20. And nothing coming down. It's all to the east. South and east of Albuquerque, but quite a bit of rain in the mix, especially right through central portions of the state there. Spotty showers up into eastern portions of Utah. A little bit of rain up toward Provo. Yeah, that's the general run-of-the-mill is spotty activity. Parts of Wyoming, Montana. While Montana has actually seen some fairly strong thunderstorms through the evening hours. Debbie chimed in about that a few minutes ago. Thunderstorms, scattered storms tonight, and really the rest of the week. Some of those storms that rolled through Boise, Idaho, had some small hail in the mix this past evening. But yes, the hazy conditions, man. Especially, did you see some of the video or the photographs out of New York? The air quality levels spiking to unhealthy levels in New York City this past day. As that wildfire smoke from Canada descended on the city, literally the skyline shrouded in a hazy veil. The fiery red sun and the hazy dawn as the smoke filled. And that's going to be the case for several days ahead. Some of the photos, videos flooding social media this past morning, the eerie glow of the sun as it lifted above some of the most famous skyscrapers in New York City, the Empire State Building, One Vanderbilt, the Chrysler Building, all enveloped in that orange haze. While it provides some jaw-dropping scenes across the Northeast, it has prompted a large swath of air quality alerts. Smoke is made of gases and particles, the same pollutants which are responsible for poor air quality. As that smoke is forecast to continue spreading across parts of the east this week, Air quality alerts are in place from New Jersey to New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, on up into Vermont and New Hampshire. Now, the alert means air pollution concentration is unhealthy for people that have heart or lung disease, children, and older adults, warning people to limit the amount of time you spend outdoors. Exposure to these elevated levels of fine particles, wood smoke, can increase the likelihood of respiratory symptoms, especially in those sensitive individuals. Now, they say the air quality in New York City was listed as unhealthy Tuesday morning and persisted at that level throughout the entire day, expecting to remain unhealthy through at least Friday. I mean, all week long here. Asthma conditions, very bad air quality, very high, meaning weather conditions can irritate the airways, causing an increased risk of asthma symptoms. Today, Wednesday, is projected to bring the worst air quality conditions in New York City for this entire week. Now, reports that the air quality in New York City was the worst in the world Tuesday morning. Not just the United States, but on a global scale. Now, think about that. That's really saying something because we know, the air quality in some of the bigger cities throughout China typically have the worst air quality in the world. New York's air pollution levels were among the 5 worst in the world Tuesday morning. That's crazy. Further north, Syracuse, New York, the haze from the wildfire smoke significantly reducing visibility. As of the noon hour Tuesday, the Syracuse Hancock International Airport reported a visibility of only 1 3/4 miles with the overcast, hazy skies. Forecasters, of course, say the wildfire season in Canada got off to a devastatingly early start. As of early June here, more than 8 million acres of land have already been scorched by wildfires across Canada. They're tracking more than 400 active fires across the nation. Intense wildfires have been burning in Alberta for more than a month now. It all depending on the weather conditions. The smoke from those wildfires, of course, can be transported over very large distances in different directions and at different altitudes. Denver was actually impacted by smoke from the Canadian wildfires a couple weeks ago. But right now, it's with that big bulge in the jet stream going up into Canada, then taking a dive through the Great Lakes across the Ohio Valley. That's funneling a lot of that smoke into that northeast corridor of the country. All right, hello to Philly Dan. Keep on humping. Oh, that's right, it is 7th day of June. Hump day already coming on midweek. How about that? Now, Philly Dan says, I am a proud member of the LG HD TV community. There you go. Good morning, everybody. Brian checks in from the Home 20 in Pittsburgh tonight. Everybody have a safe morning. Larry actually shared some good news. First of all, of course, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there. 55 degrees in Wallkill, New York. But the great-granddaughter, the tests all came back cancer-free. Apparently, they got it all when they removed the tumor. That was the newborn granddaughter, just a great-granddaughter, great-granddaughter just a couple weeks ago. So that's great news, all right? That should put a smile on your face. Good day from the land down under. Peter says, hello to the rest of the overnight family. He chimed into Debbie, where she was talking about the showers and thunderstorms there in southern Montana. Debbie, you must be in Melbourne, because that's what we've got right now. Stormy weather there in Melbourne. Captain Ron checking in, 75 degrees, Gainesville, Florida. Riding down the road eating Spam sandwiches. Living the dream, right? All right, Semper Fi. Are you serious? Do you eat the plain uncooked Spam, Ron? Good morning to Kevin, who says, good morning to the overnight crew. Light rain, a little cooler tonight in Troy, Ohio. Hello to Russell Miller. Good morning, Steve. Hope everybody's doing well. Marianne checks in from Southwest Ohio. Timothy is on board. He chimes in on Facebook, then he jumps over to Rumble to tune in. He says, good morning. Rumble is live. Come on over and join us. Hello, Pappy. 64 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Yes, what day is it? Good evening, Nocturnal listeners. Saddle up. Let's go. Let it roll. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? Shorty, hello there. I-77 northbound Whiteville, Virginia with 65 degrees, headed toward Columbus to get Orlando turnaround number 2. Hello to Joe Self, morning Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. We've got a nice 68 degrees here, Winchester, Virginia tonight. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, morning Steve, 74 in Hannibal, Missouri. Just crossed the Big Muddy at a high rate of speed. I've been spurring my powerful chrome-plated cow truck since I left the Tar Heel, and we're burning up the boulevard. How about that? A special one-night-only shout-out to Pappy from the hometown of Tom and Huck. There you go, Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn. You know, you crossed my mind, Lauren, earlier when I was doing show prep. You've mentioned before that your bull hauling community, the drivers that do that for a line of work, it's a pretty tight-knit community. Curious if you're aware of who was involved in this bull hauling accident, major crash involving a loaded cattle truck near Columbia, Missouri. About 10 o'clock this past morning. It actually occurred on the Rocheport Bridge, which carries I-70 just outside of Columbia. Officials said 3 passenger vehicles and 2 semi-trucks, including the loaded cattle truck, collided in the westbound lanes of the bridge. 1 person reported injured. Of the 57 cows in the trailer, at least 4 of those died, and a number of them actually escaped onto the bridge. They were playing Roundup on the bridge there. All right, interstate was closed to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So, some of the photos shared by the State Highway Patrol there in Missouri showed the cattle had escaped from the trailer. Again, they had broke out some pens and trying to round them up. But, no word on identity of the truck driver of either trucks and of the injury. Doesn't say who was injured, but all right, we've got plenty to cover here. Other industry headlines coming uphill. We'll get to some of the other listener friends checking in as we kick off a Wednesday. Hey, Mike, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, who else checking in here? Russell said it was, got 61 in Dayton right now. Dayton, Ohio, that is. It was really smoggy this past day. Yep. We're even dealing with some of that wildfire smoke. Hello to Luke. Hey there, Steve. Any word lately from Cue Ball? Watched his latest video on YouTube this past day. You know, it's been a few weeks since we've heard from Cue Ball, hadn't it? It's probably been at least 3 or 4 weeks. He kind of comes and goes in spurts like that. Yeah, I presume a lot of times he's probably driving days. When he is up driving nights, he'll give us a ring. Cue Ball, or putting out the bat signal for you. What's been happening? All right, Marianne in the house. Hope you're having a good night. Let's see, Rock Pick. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and as always, wise old night owls. Looking at 54 clouds here in Rochester. The smell of sulfur in the smoke, pretty heavy here. If you don't have allergies, you will. But a happy hump day for all you hardworking Americans out there. Yes, Rumble is up. Watch out for the other drivers out there, defensive driving, right? Roy in Northwest Illinois with 68 degrees. There you go. Buckeye Boy, hey there, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 70 degrees. Little thunder today, but didn't actually get any rain. I've been dealing with a mild sore throat, so I got tested today for strep. It came back negative. It's still dealing with the pink eye, but it's seeming to start getting better. I'm out of here in the morning for Hollywood, Florida, delivering Thursday. Pick it back up on Friday, heading back to Georgia. I'm then going to let one of the guys that run with me use my truck to head to Seattle and Milwaukee, since his truck's fixed, but still in Phoenix. But he's flying in from San Salvador, where he spent some time with his family. Doesn't have time to get it back and get back in time. Anyway, my truck's better suited, has more power from the mountains there in the Northwest, and he'll get his truck later. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. There you go. All right, thank you much. Buckeye Boy. Hillbilly, hey there. Good morning, Mr. Summers. Hillbilly sitting up here in Columbus, waiting for my electronic box to tell me when I can leave to head for Louisville. I saw you posted the cruise details. My wife and I are talking about it. I believe we're going to put a deposit down. It looks like a lot of fun. Be safe, drivers, and all the nocturnal listeners out there, and have a great show. Yes, indeed. Yeah, love to have you join us there. It is a good time. Matter of fact, Princess told me, I think Pappy booked this past day. I see Big Ed posts, because I'm a secretive type of individual, I got myself and a special friend booked on the Steve Summers Overnight Radio Cruise, October of next year, on the Carnival Horizon. So I invite you to join us. Trust me, a cruise with a bunch of radio friends and truck drivers is a mix that guarantees all kinds of fun. I've been on several cruises with Steve and a lot of my radio friends. Never been disappointed. Now, as for the special friend, I'll let them identify themselves when they want to. Nothing romantic, just good friends. Like each other's company. I know it's over a year away, but nothing like getting things rolling now, right? Like that song says, let's take a sea cruise. All right, so folks getting lined up, ready to sail. Get those deposits in as quick as possible. If you weren't with us last evening, I mentioned Lido deck cabins are completely full. I know Stephanie had a busy day this past day. She said, I didn't realize that so many of your folks are like veteran cruisers. I said, yeah, we've been doing this for years and years. They don't want to be on the lower decks, in most cases. So they're trying to get up there as high on the ship as they can. And in most of our friends that have been with us in the past tend to book the balcony cabins. You look at the pricing, it's a whole lot less expensive to have an inside cabin. And I know I've known people over the years that say, Steve, I spend so little time in the cabin anyway, I don't need the balcony. So, and if that's the case, you're right. I mean, once you're up and at them, I just like the idea of being able to sit out there and watch the ocean pass by. It might be 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, right? And then you get up bright and early, watch the sun rise. And other folks like to get up on the upper decks out by the pool when the sun's coming up. So whatever your taste is, love to have you with us. Hello to Debbie. Good morning, Steve. A nice 63 here in Indiana. Warming up to a comfortable 78 today. We are planning to be a part of the cruise with y'all. Hoping everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver. Have a wild, wacky Wednesday. All right, the gang getting ready to join. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Widespread flooding in the southern part of the Ukraine war zone is raising questions, particular about the future water supply for Europe's largest nuclear power plant, just miles from the front line.
We've been closely monitoring the impacts of that destruction, which has triggered massive flooding in Ukraine and resulted in the evacuation of, at the very least, thousands.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says explosions destroyed a dam in Russian-controlled southern Ukraine. Attorneys for former President Trump are trying to stop writer E. Jean Carroll from suing him a second time. She filed a second lawsuit after Trump appeared on CNN's Town Hall, where he called her a whack job and denied her rape allegation. According to Trump's lawyers, there was no second defamation because the jury that heard Carroll's civil suit found him liable for sexual abuse and not rape. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, phone lines are open. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. As we roll into the 7th day of June. Hey, speaking of which, that means it's time for Hot Shot Secret Live. Now, that would be, if you're not familiar, that's from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker in Mount Gilead, Ohio. You're talking all things Hot Shot Secret products. That'll be coming up live on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube pages at 3 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon. So you can join in, and actually you can ask questions during the live programming. Today it looks like they're going to be focused on talking about diesel fuel. So again, 3 o'clock this afternoon, Hot Shot Secret Live, diesel fuel contamination is what I'm seeing under the headline here. So there, the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page. And by the way, they normally do some giveaways. Not sure if that'll be the case, but that's normally, might get a little lucky. So tune in 3 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. So 7th day of June, yes, right on the heels of the anniversary of D-Day on June the 6th. This past day, we talked rather in depth about that last evening. Yeah, interesting story. From the anniversary of D-Day, kind of a heartwarming thing. You know, there's not many World War II veterans left amongst us. They're dying off rapidly. Army veteran Andy Negra almost missed his chance to return to the beaches of Normandy because he didn't have a passport. Born in Brownsville, Pennsylvania, Negra said the midwife who delivered him didn't provide a birth certificate. Well, decades later, Sabrina Cornelius, executive assistant in global sales at Delta Airlines, stepped up to help. Cornelius was able to help two veterans, Negra and Jimmy Doy, to get their passports just weeks before they were scheduled to fly out of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport to Normandy to commemorate this past day's 79th anniversary of D-Day. Yeah, Cornelius said it's so heartwarming. I'm just honored It's been the thrill of my lifetime to be able to be a small part of this, just to see them so happy. They're so excited about flying on Delta and going to Normandy. Of course, the flight in collaboration between Delta and what is known as the Best Defense Foundation, marking the second time a U.S. passenger airline flew directly to Normandy after last year's flight. To give them this opportunity of a lifetime, even at their advanced age. It's been a great honor for us and the rest of my team, says the former NFL player and Best Defense Foundation founder and president, Donnie Edwards. We're truly honored to provide this experience for all the World War II veterans. A total of 43 veterans took the trip. A few fought in Normandy on D-Day, but all served during World War II. The marching band from Dutchtown High School in Henry County led the procession through the airport's international terminal as others in the terminal applauded, taking pictures. But activities planned for the veterans, including an arrival ceremony back on June 1st. Then they've been there a series of dinners, parades, recognition ceremonies, and an actual trip to the beaches of Normandy. Edward says, I'm so happy to see how in tune and how proud the kids are to meet these World War II veterans and connect with them. Now, Negra said he was drafted into the Army at 19 years old. He said, I did what I was told. He landed on Utah Beach, actually on July 18th. He fought in the Battle of the Bulge while serving in the 6th Armored Division. But this was his first return to Normandy since that date 79 years ago. How about that? All right, it is 844-844-3388. It was kind of unusual last evening. Eagle chimed in a bit later in the show than usual, but dozed off before we had a chance to even get to him for the first time. Hello, Eagle, out of the box here.
Yeah, that's why I'm calling in early tonight, because I did a lot of driving yesterday and today, too. So, that's why I dozed off. So I made sure I get in early tonight. So if I did fall asleep. But, yeah, Steve, got a couple things to talk about. And unfortunately, what I was going to talk about, and it relates to what happened today. I know you haven't had a chance to get to this story yet, so if you do the weather first. But I was going to call you last night to talk to you about some things, about how Texas has deteriorated. And it's just a coincidence. I was going to talk to you about my old high school. I had heard some news the week before. I forgot to tell you that. And I had told you, I don't know how many times I've told you that, back when I was in high school, back in the late 80s, we never had to worry about somebody coming to our school trying to attack the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? About a week or so ago, 2 people tried to enter into my high school that I went to in Houston, and they were armed with guns. 2 people had tried to, luckily the school, all doors are locked on the schools now. And my old high school, they keep the school is basically on lockdown, while the kids are in there. All the doors are locked and these guys couldn't enter into the building. And luckily the police apprehended and took these people to jail. But
wow.
It looked like they were going to try to attempt to do a school shooting at my old high school. So, that's what I was going to talk to you about last night. And little do I know, guess what happens today? See, we have another shooting in Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, at a high school graduation. I don't know if you've read it. Have you heard about this story yet?
I have not, actually. So give us a full report.
Yeah, well, I don't know all the detail. Well, it happened late in the day. That's probably why you didn't know about it. But, yeah, after I hang up with you, you probably can look on the internet and come back after commercial. But, yeah, they had a graduation shooting, and they said that 2 people were killed and I think 15 or 20 people were hit by bullets.
Wow.
Random. All they know at this point is that there was a 19-year-old. I don't know if he was a student of this school. They didn't say on the internet deal that I read on Google before I called in. A 19-year-old kid. He'd been apprehended. They took him in alive if he is the shooter, but they say that he's the shooter, 19-year-old kid, and they don't say what his reason was. But like I say, it happened late in the day. I think like 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Cause I just happened to look at my cell phone and they said there was another shoot in the Richmond, Virginia area. And like I say, details are still coming in. So like I say, you probably can check it out after I hang up with you. But I'm pretty sure they'll find out that this kid here, Steve, just like all the rest of them, this kid had, there were signs there before the shooting and that he probably had some kind of mental issue going on, this 19-year-old kid. And when they finally break out all the details, it'll be the same old story. Same old story that we've been hearing for the last, whatever amount of years these shootings have been going on in America. So it's a damn shame that more people don't lost their life again. But here's something that I wanted to talk to you about last night, Steve. The main thing is the situation in Ukraine and Russia is getting more and more dangerous by the day. They're saying now that somebody, well, I think you talked about it last night, somebody blew up that dam in the Ukraine or Russian territory, and it's don't flood it out a lot of areas. And now they're saying that I just heard on your news break, they saying that that this water supply goes to a nuclear power plant, and they don't know you have to have water for a nuclear plant, and they're saying that this nuclear plant might overheat or something real bad might happen. Did you hear about that?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's kind of a breaking story.
Yeah. I heard that on your news report. I'll have to look more into that myself. But yeah, like I say, situation is getting more and more dangerous by the day. At first they were just, doing all this, killing and shooting in Ukraine. But now the Ukrainians are going into Russian territory, and they even have tried to attack the Kremlin and where Putin is, and he's threatening to use nuclear weapons. It's getting more and more dangerous by the day, and some real bad stuff is going to happen, I believe, because Putin is not going to give in, and this Russia in Ukraine is not going to give in as long as Biden continues sending them money, which he shouldn't be doing. And he thinks that he's helping the situation, but he's only hurting the situation, Steve. By Biden continuing to get his man money, he's just making the situation worse. But like I say, he doesn't even, he's so lost at this point, it's not even worth talking about with Biden. Now, the other situation that's even more dangerous is this situation with China. Another situation that Joe Biden has let get out of hand. Over the weekend, the two naval ships, a U.S. ship and a Chinese ship, almost collided in that territory over close to Taiwan. And some guy, I don't know who he is, some guy who works with the Chinese government, he issued a statement saying that China that this thing could get real serious, and that China could release some nuclear weapons if they're pushed to the point that they're not going to play games with the U.S. This is what this Chinese military guy, because they don't want those U.S. ships over there in that strait up there. I don't know what they call that strait over there, but the U.S. is trying to stop them from going into Taiwan, and you already know that China wants Taiwan. So this deal could get real ugly real quick. When you got people threatening to use nuclear weapons, Steve, that's a dangerous situation when people are threatened, because this could be the end. For a lot of lives could be lost. So things need to be escalated down real soon, because because it's getting real ugly. Like I said, all you got to do is listen to Donald Trump. If Trump was in the White House, Steve, none of these things would be going on right now. None of these things would be happening right now. They see a very weak man. I just told you that last week when they see Joe Biden fall flat on his face last week at that military celebration. When those people in Russia and China and North Korea, they see the same video that we see, and I promise you, when they see Joe Biden, they don't see a powerful, strong man. They see a very weak man, and they see that they can do anything they want to the U.S. And you see what's happening in the world right now. Thanks to Joe Biden, America in the world is a much dangerous place than it was 3 years ago. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, very good, Eagle. Yeah, and I did pull up the rest of the story. What they've told us at this point. It was a graduation ceremony there in Richmond, Virginia. I guess it like a theater in the downtown area. So, yeah, we'll pause quickly here and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, thank you much. I'm looking here from the Associated Press, actually just 2 hours ago, when this came down, seven shot, 2 fatally, outside a downtown theater where the high school graduation ceremony had just ended, apparently, causing hundreds of attendees to flee in panic, weep, and clutch their children. A 19-year-old suspect tried to escape on foot but was arrested, will be charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder. According to the interim Richmond Police Chief, Rick Edwards, during a nighttime news conference, which he confirmed the 2 fatalities. 5 others were wounded by the gunfire outside the Altria Theater, outside the state capitol, which is across the street from a large grassy park in the middle of the Virginia Commonwealth University campus. At least 12 others were injured or treated for anxiety due to the mayhem. Now, as they heard the gunfire, it was obvious chaos, according to the chief. I mean, we had hundreds of people in Monroe Park. So people scattered. It was a very chaotic scene. One of those killed was an 18-year-old male student who had just graduated. The other, a 36-year-old man who was there for the graduation. Names not released, but police believe the suspect, who was not identified, knew at least one of the victims. All right, this was supposed to be a safe space. People should have felt safe at a graduation. Just tragic that someone decided to bring a gun and rain terror on our community. All right, 6 were brought to VCU Medical Center, their condition ranging from serious to critical late Tuesday. According to a spokesperson there, multiple handguns were recovered. Police initially said 2 suspects were detained, but Edwards said later that they determined one of them was not involved. The mayor vowed to ensure anyone responsible will face justice. Officers inside the theater where the graduation ceremony had been taking place said they heard gunfire about 5:15 and radioed the police stationed outside, who found multiple victims. All right, there you go. So don't know what it was all about. Maybe it was a targeted thing for, again, they say the shooter knew one of these individuals. All right. Who we got on board? Is this Jim? If my computer will pick up, he can respond. There you go.
Hi, Steve.
Hey there.
Hey, I'm unfortunately one of those drivers who usually drives during the day myself, so it's a privilege again to be on tonight and listen to you guys because I enjoy your show. Just going to let you know I was just left the Columbus area, and there was some haze in the air there as well. And I had the fortunate privilege of driving in front of a guy who had not only his bright lights on, but his fog lights on in my rear view mirrors, which made it interesting.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So I finally was able to get out of his way anyway. But hey, I remember you saying not too long ago you were involved in a 5K, was it? For a benefit of some sort?
Yes, indeed. Yep, for the Haverkamp Foundation, Matt Haverkamp, which they work to purchase canines for police departments around this region here, Southwest Ohio.
Oh, that was a good cause. Well, I was just calling for some pointers that you could give me. I'm training for a race in July coming up, and I'm of the age where I really have lost a lot of my get up and go, so to speak. So I was going to look to you for some advice.
Oh, boy. Well, yeah, I'm not the guy to give advice. See, I was the guy that was participating. They had a timed run, and then they had a timed walk, and then they had a non-timed, which me and my wife we were just out for the walk, and we I tell you what, I mean, yes, my age and the fact that I've been smoking for way too long, and I didn't know if we could make it through 5K, but we did all right. But we weren't one of the early finishers. We were toward the tail end, if you know what I mean.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And my kids are ribbing me about that now, too, because they talk about this race. I said, I think I'll be doing more walking than racing, actually, but I'm all right with that, too. And I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be in July. It's going to be a hot day when it happens, but it's a fun thing to do. And at my age, just to be able to do something like that, I'm going to be happy. So I'm doing some training for it.
So
anyway.
what kind of cause?
I wanted to call up.
What was the cause that you're going to be participating for?
There's no cause associated with it. This is a race, actually, that goes back to when I was in high school. It started. They're running their 49th race. It's in Davenport, Iowa, and you've probably seen Davenport in the news here in the last couple of weeks. That's where that building collapsed.
Correct. We're talking about that. Yeah, they had the 3 individuals they recovered over the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a sad, sad thing. And that goes a block away from where this race is going to be happening in July.
Wow.
But for myself personally, I ran this race the second year they had it, and I've probably run it 20 times in my life. And but again, I am far removed from when I was actually running the race.
Right.
But it's going to be kind of fun to do, and I don't know. You get to our age, and you just you look for fun things to do, not necessarily competition or anything.
That's correct. And it was for myself and my wife and many of our family members. It was really all about supporting the foundation. My son just received here a couple of weeks ago his canine that was purchased by the Haverkamp Foundation. He's right now in training with the Police Canine Training Academy.
Outstanding. And thank you and your son for his service. We need people like that.
Absolutely.
But, no, Ivy, I was the one that had got you the Coke bottle, if you remember.
I thought that was you. I mentioned, you crossed my mind the other night. I said we hadn't heard from Jim there in a while. So you spend more time driving days versus nights then?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay.
And I do like your show. I wish I had more opportunity to listen to you guys. I know I can probably go back and listen to the other.
Yeah, the podcast and whatnot. Hey, I'm going to put you on hold there, Jim, because we got to hit our news break, top of the hour here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Virginia police say 2 people are dead in the wake of a shooting that followed a high school graduation. It happened Tuesday near the campus of Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. 2 people were taken into custody, but
one of the subjects was detained, was armed with a firearm, but we believe, based upon our investigation at this time, that he is uninvolved in the shooting itself. We have another individual who is in custody who is 19 years old, who we believe was involved in the shooting.
He stated he would go blow for blow with former President Trump in a mudslinging contest if it comes to that in the upcoming GOP presidential primary. Fellow Republican and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie on Tuesday night officially threw his hat into the ring.
I guarantee you that at the end of it, you will have no doubt in your mind who I am and what I stand for and whether I deserve it.
Christie joins an already crowded GOP field that's expected to grow Wednesday when former Vice President Mike Pence is expected to formally announce his candidacy. The White House has launched a new website that lets you monitor big new road, bridge, and other infrastructure projects.
It's called invest.gov, and it tracks both public and private projects. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
In addition to over $200 billion that have already happened in terms of those federal investments, there have been over $400 billion of private investments.
The site will summarize government spending state by state, including jobs created and businesses started. Despite the record number of jobs created during his term, the president has had a tough time getting credit. The invest.gov website hopes to help fix that. I'm Rich Johnson.
It's officially the deadliest time of the year for teenage drivers. AAA says the 100 days between Memorial Day and Labor Day is when there are the most car accidents involving teens. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The PGA Tour and LIV Golf have agreed to merge, ending the rivalry that has engulfed the golf world over the past year. Ira Spitzer says the deal means that the Saudi government, LIV's main backer, will have a major stake in the new business entity.
Professional golfers appeared to have been blindsided by the news. Previously, the PGA's top official Jay Monahan had criticized LIV as an attempt for Saudi Arabia to buy the game of golf. Now he will become the chief executive at the new collectively owned for-profit entity. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
A new report says a flood at Mar-a-Lago has raised suspicions among federal investigators looking into former President Trump's handling of classified documents. According to the report, it's unclear if prosecutors have determined whether the flooding of the server room was intentional or an accident. Actor and Staten Island native Pete Davidson may not be so happy since his purchase of a Staten Island ferry boat.
During a Transformers Rise of the Beast premiere, the comedian told Entertainment Tonight he has no idea what's happening with the ferry he bought with fellow SNL star Colin Jost last year. Davidson admitted he and Jost were very stoned when they plunked down $280,000 with other investors to buy the decommissioned vessel. The original plan was to turn it into an event space, but that idea may have been scuttled. Liz Warner, NBC News Radio, New York.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, right back at it here. Yeah, somebody said, hey, what day is it? I see that. Mike. Now, real quick, let me get right back. I had to hit our news break there, so thanks for hanging in there, Jim.
That's right. No, I'm looking forward to this race. I want to see what Davenport's like when I get home next time. They're starting to take that building down. It was a sad situation. I don't know if you had heard or not, but one of the people that died in that building, his son graduated that same Saturday that they found his body.
Wow, that's sad.
From high school, yeah. So that's going to be a day he remembers for a very long time, the rest of his life, actually.
No doubt.
So
Did they
and
determine what
it,
did they determine what the heck happened with the building? Was it just age?
age, and it had problems before, and I don't want to get political about the whole thing, but whether the inspections were taken, seriously or not when they went in and did some of these inspections. There's a lot of talk with the owner that he ignored a lot of things that were going on in there when people complained and different things. So I'm sure there will be more news as time goes on about what actually did happen with it. It was a serious thing, though, because some of the readings I had seen, they had to send surgeons in there to actually do surgery on people to get them out, which tells me they were pinned in or something, and they had to amputate, I think, one woman's leg to get her out of there.
I'll be darned. I mean, I shared earlier earlier this week they had released like a 911 call from the day before the building collapsed. And the guy was saying, "Hey, I was in the back cleaning up the parking lot, and the wall is bulging out or something." Did the police or did they not have inspectors go out there and say, "Hey, this is not safe"?
They did have that, and again, some of those seem to be just kind of ignored along the way, and that's unfortunate. If you look online, they have an actual video from a security camera in one of the buildings next to it, and they show for about 5 minutes where you can see all of a sudden dust particles and then part of the mortar coming out of the building and everything, and then all of a sudden instantly that whole side just slides down the side of the building.
Wow, I have not seen that video.
Yeah, it's out there. I don't have the site with me right now, but yeah, if I find it, I can send it to your page there. So it's just, and you saw people walking around in the parking lot the day that right minutes before it happened and everything. I mean, it's just, you never know.
It's crazy.
And I'll tell you what, I live in Iowa right now, along the river in Burlington, Iowa, and one of our radio hosts there, he's a great guy, and he said, listen, he says, from a different angle, he says, we've got buildings in our town like that, guys. Let's go out and look them over again. Let's not just take everything for granted.
Mm-hmm.
These buildings that are old out there need to be looked at before one of these catastrophes happens in any one of our low river towns along, the Mississippi there.
Sure.
So, but it's a sad deal, and they need some help there, and hopefully this race it brings a lot of spectator. It's a big, big race. It's called the Big 7 race. They bring in Olympic runners to run it. It's a 7-mile course.
Oh, okay.
And it runs up and downhill the whole time.
Boy.
But these guys are far done before I even get to the halfway mark, believe me.
Yep.
They run a mile in like 3.5 minutes.
It's crazy for these professional trained runners. Yeah, I mean they were done. I mean I guess it was like a 5K was like just a little over 3 miles, and I mean in the first half of the whole thing was mostly uphill. So I mean it was a real struggle to get to the halfway point. Second half was pretty much going back down toward the finish line. So.
Yeah, I know it is amazing how fast those guys are anymore. But anyway, I just want to touch base, and hopefully I can listen to you guys some more down the road.
I appreciate you checking in and listening in when you can, Jim. Thank you so much for being a supporter of the show. Yeah, that's Jim, the Coca-Cola bottle collector. He's got an incredible collection there at his home, and had me a little customized. Have a Coke with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Had me a little customized bottle made. All right, hello to Tracy, sitting here in Pendleton, Kentucky, taking my half-hour break. Well, that was a little over 30 minutes ago, so probably back up and running now, right? Let's see, Pappy registered online for the cruise. I'll be getting a call back from Stephanie today. All right. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 62 degrees here in Sacramento, California, getting ready for our Pacific Northwest RV road trip. Now, of course, you've got your RV all treated up with your Hot Shot Secret RV products, correct? Because they got a whole line of products there for the RVers out there. It's a busy time of year. And don't forget, if you need to order, you can do it online, hotshotsecret.com. Use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll get 10% additional off your entire order. And I'm not sure what kind of RV you've got there, Santa Claus, but yeah, they do have this, it's an RV slide-out spray. I know that, like everything else, there's multiple products out there for these kind of things, but my buddy Double R, I forwarded him a can of the RV slide-out spray, and he said, Steve, I mean, it was unbelievable how this stuff smoothed things out for the slide-outs. Just saying. Lauren Wiest, don't know who the cattle truck is, but I hear the other truck was carrying Bud Light, and it rear-ended the cow truck. That's what I was told. Lauren, that's just not right. Hello to Big Ed. Are you with me? All right. Well, Steve Summers, I am committed to this cruise. I did not make a partial payment. I pulled it out of my savings and paid it in full. So I'm 100% with you. But I got to go to bed. Good night. All right, Big Ed. Wow. I mean, this far in advance. Well, at least if something were to happen between now and then, the cost that we've got included there does have the insurance included in that, in case you were wondering there. Let's see. Gene says, hello, Steve. Love listening to all your followers and where they are. I'm just praying for safe travels for everyone out there. All right. Good to have you on board. It is Hillbilly coming up here. Let me grab what's going on, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. I missed the show last night about y'all talking about D-Day, but my grandfather was one of those in the 101st Airborne who jumped into Normandy that night. Or actually that morning. And stories I remember him telling, and then he didn't tell a whole lot of them, but my uncle, who was in Vietnam, and he talked with a lot. Me and him had a long discussion about it a couple of years ago. He says he jumped out of a plane in the middle of the night, and all you're seeing is tracers up, and all you got, the trip down was more scarier than actually the battle on the ground. I mean, it's just a miracle that any of them made it back alive.
I mean, because if memory serves, when I shared that story last night, it was like, middle of the night. They dropped like 18,000 forces, paratroopers behind enemy lines. So you don't know where you're going to come down at. It's just.
Well, that was the biggest thing. Is when a lot of them had to jump because the planes took on fire and ended up getting hit the engine, and they had to bail out sooner than they wanted to, so the planes would be light enough to get out of the get altitude and get out of the flak.
Wow.
But the Band of Brothers, if anybody wants to know anything about the 101st Airborne, they follow E Company, and my grandfather was a D Company. And stories that my grandma remembered, because he done passed when they come out, says it's pretty accurate what he described. So it's a good series. I think it's on the History Channel, I think. But it's well documented, stuff like that. And God bless Delta Airlines for getting them two veterans over there to walk the beach again.
Yep.
That's just a touching story. That's about all I got, Steve. Like I said, me and my wife were talking about the cruise, and we're hoping to join you this next October.
All right. Well, if you can, just get a deposit in as quick as you can, because right now, I mean, the deposits are only like $25 a person.
Right. Well, the biggest thing is I got to get with my cousin who's getting married in October of next year, and I don't know what the date of her wedding is. I'm trying to get in touch with her.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
I got you.
Our families don't get together except for big weddings and funerals, so I don't want to miss a family reunion.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right, Steve. Talk to you later.
Thanks for checking in there, Hillbilly. Have a good morning. Well, speaking of historical dates, right on the heels of the 79th anniversary of D-Day, today, June 7th, another big date in history, June 7th, 1942, the Battle of Midway, regarded as one of the most decisive U.S. victories in the war against Japan, came to an end. The Battle of Midway, an Allied naval victory, major turning point in World War II. A battle was fought between Japanese and American carrier forces near the Midway Atoll, a territory of the U.S. in the Central Pacific. It was actually June the 4th through June the 7th, 1942. June 4, the battle began. Midway, a fairly isolated atoll, so named because it was midway between North America and Asia in the North Pacific. Midway's importance grew for commercial and military planners, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. In the 1930s, Midway became a stopover for Pan American Airways flying clippers, seaplanes crossing the ocean on their 5-day Trans-Pacific Passage. Midway was an incredibly strategic location. The Imperial Japanese Navy planned to use it to secure their sphere of influence in the Pacific theater of the war. Now, the Japanese had not lost a naval battle in more than 50 years and had nearly destroyed the American fleet just 6 months earlier in that surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, about 1,300 miles east of Midway. But in preparation, American military and intelligence forces worked together to defeat the Japanese. Code breakers were able to decipher Japanese naval code, allowing American leaders to anticipate Japanese maneuvers. Because of this, the U.S. Navy was then able to launch a surprise attack on the larger Japanese fleet in the area, and the Battle of Midway turned the tide of the war. The American success at Midway, a major victory over the Imperial Japanese Navy, as all 4 Japanese carriers had participated in the attack on Pearl Harbor. The Battle of Midway, often referred to as the turning point of the war in the Pacific. Sinking those Japanese carriers represented a resounding defeat over the enemy fleet that had wrought so much destruction just 6 months before. The Imperial Japanese Navy would not be able to overcome the loss of 4 carriers and over 100 trained pilots. And with the loss at Midway, the Japanese offensive in the Pacific was overturned, and the United States began offensive action in the Pacific. So there you go. Widely considered the most decisive U.S. victory of that period, the turning point. Midway Atoll has since been designated as a national memorial to the Battle of Midway. This date in history, June 7. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right. Hey there, Shorty. I appreciate you sharing with me these little historical tidbits. Like the Battle of Midway. He also shared another little piece of history from many, many years ago. It was June the 7th of 1776. Yeah, going way back. It was called the Lee Resolution, also known as the Resolution of Independence, an act of the Second Continental Congress declaring that the United Colonies to be independent of the British Empire. Richard Henry Lee of Virginia first proposed that on this date, June 7, 1776, after receiving instructions from the Virginia Convention and its president, Edmund Pendleton. In fact, Lee used almost verbatim the language from the instructions in his resolution. Voting on the resolution was delayed for several weeks while support for independence was consolidated. On June 11th, a committee of 5 was appointed to prepare a document to explain the reasons for independence. That resolution was finally approved on July the 2nd of 1776. News of its adoption was published that evening in the Pennsylvania Evening Post and the next day in the Pennsylvania Gazette. The text of the document formally announcing this action, the United States Declaration of Independence, was approved on July 4. It was the 4th, not the 2nd, that would come to be celebrated as Independence Day for the new country. How about that? This date, 1776, very fascinating. Well, what's going on?
Oh, I guess we got to start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Can you believe it's already Hump Day?
Oh, how does this keep happening? It just seems like it happens like every week, it's just every week. It seems like it happens over and over again. So anyways, I don't know. Did you catch anything from the local Baltimore news at all there? They, I guess they released a report and have actually working on arrest warrants for the 2 individuals that were involved in that accident that killed the 6 construction workers on the Baltimore Beltway.
Had not seen any sort of update on that, no.
And you're probably saying, horse feathers. It was a car accident. Car ended up upside down in a construction area and, terribly killed six construction workers, but it was an accident. How? What do you mean arrest warrants?
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking that? Well, why would there be Well, it comes to find out, Your Honor, both these vehicles involved were doing in excess of 100 miles an hour at the time of the accident.
Really? Oh.
I don't know. Do you call that an accident? And the other thing is this was daytime construction. This isn't overnight construction. This was daytime construction. So these 2, I don't even know if you can call them people, but anyway, these 2 idiots are out there running more than twice the speed limit in traffic, and the one was coming up on the left side, and the other one was trying to move over in front. And so the woman who was trying to move in front there, her left rear quarter panel clipped the right front fender of the other guy. And by the sounds of it, there were no ways knowing each other than the fact they were two traveling vehicles on the highway at close to the same speed. So I don't know if they were in the intent of racing, because the woman was like 54 years old and the guy was like 20 or 21.
Yeah.
And so, or whether they just kind of had, one had gone and, well, I'm not letting you ahead. And the other one's like, no, I'm getting ahead. And no, you're not getting ahead. And, I don't know where their speed started at, but at the time of the accident. So anyways, there's that. So if you want to look up on the WBAL news there, they had a pretty good report on it. Maybe you can get the full story. But anyways, the woman skipped town. I don't know if she skipped town, but she's hiding. She don't want to go and face up to what she did. And the family of the guy is saying, well, he's just a poor innocent boy. He shouldn't be charged with these charges. He's just an innocent boy. He didn't mean to, it was just an accident. But yeah, so anyways, there's that. I don't know. I had something else I was going to toss out at you, but maybe we'll save that for later if I can come up with it. And so the other thing I got going there, I mentioned it last night, and it's really kind of short notice, but I forwarded you the
the obituary thing. Yeah, we got to hold that thought. We will pause there and return after a news break.
USA News Update. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie has filed paperwork for his presidential run. He is anticipated to officially launch his campaign at a town hall event in New Hampshire tonight. President Biden had his first cabinet meeting since he announced he's running for re-election. He told reporters they'd be talking about putting the laws they've passed into action.
Invest in America is more than just a slogan. We're investing in the American people, in our infrastructure, our manufacturing. We're investing in jobs in almost every community across the country.
They also discussed topics like border security, the climate crisis, and Russia's conflict with Ukraine. 9/11 Families United has expressed strong disapproval regarding the merger between the PGA Tour and LIV Golf, which is supported by Saudi interests. The organization's chair, Terry Strada, has criticized PGA Commissioner Jay Monahan, accusing him of exploiting the 9/11 community in the past when he spoke against LIV Golf. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, and get back to some of the other industry headlines. Coming up momentarily, broke away there with horse feathers, talking about Matthew Strauser. He shared the obituary page. Lived to the age of 48. Matthew Strauser of Elizabethtown. Passed away on June the 1st here. Born January 30th, 1975, Harrisburg. Matt loved big trucks and country music, as well as spending time with family and friends. His wish to the Make-A-Wish Foundation was to ride in a big rig truck and talk on the CB radio with his sister. Make-A-Wish Foundation made that wish happen, and Matt's wish grew beyond anyone's expectations, resulting in what is now the foundation's Mother's Day Truck Convoy through Lancaster and Dauphin County, which now supports 75% of the wishes granted in the local community, and it's instrumental in helping the foundation grant the wishes of many other children with critical illnesses. Matt's family remained active with the foundation and the Mother's Day Truck Convoy. Matthew was a member of the St. Paul's United Methodist Church, Elizabethtown. All right, so then they go into, those who are survived and whatnot. Celebration of life is going to be taking place today, as a matter of fact, at 11 o'clock this morning at St. Paul's United Methodist Church there in Elizabethtown. Visitation from 10 a.m. till 11. All right. So, yeah, that's lived to 48 years old. How about that?
Yeah. So I don't know what his condition was that, was, it made it eligible for him to be granted a wish. So those details I'm not sure. But yeah, his parents, grandparents have already preceded him. His sister Heather passed about a year ago, from what I understand there, reading that obituary. So he was down, I believe, a stepbrother and cousins were the remaining family members that, have survived him now. So anyways, it's kind of a sad story, but it's, kind of a real heart-touching one that, is really I keep telling people that, if you don't understand Make-A-Wish and that the the wish that's granted, usually if you look at it in, you know, down the road, a year, a couple years, you know, especially if somebody passes, you know, if they have a terminal, you know, disease or something that or illness or cancer that takes their life way too soon, a lot of these wishes still continue on. I mean, I know a couple people close to me that have had photography packages, and their family members are still using that photography package to go out and do things and, you know, remember the person that the wish was granted to, or to, you know, keep supporting Make-A-Wish a little bit. And, you know, what Matt did here with this, and not that anybody intended it to happen, but to have this convoy develop the way it did. And special thanks to Charlie for, you know, talking it up so much, you know, a half dozen years ago that I was paying attention and was able to get started doing it, that I appreciate that too. So, so anyways, yeah, if anybody, I don't know, I never know what the right thing to do is for something like that. But, you know, if anybody's out there at 11 o'clock, I would say maybe, you know, for a quick moment of silence, or maybe give a last call on the CB. You know, you know, there's still a few of us out here with CBs. Maybe you give a couple last calls out there. Maybe if you do that, maybe somebody will hear somebody else. And two people that are listening to this show right now might hear each other on the CB and not even know they were within hearing distance of each other, that, you know, they'll be actually able to connect up and maybe have lunch or coffee if your ELD will allow that. And it's pretty bad thing now. You can't even do that half the time. You can't even stop for a cup of coffee if you want to. But maybe somebody will do that, or the other thing is the convoy. The convoy always leaves its location at 1:30 in the afternoon. So maybe give a blow on the air horn at 1:30 in the afternoon or something. I don't know, some sort of little tribute. But because I know even myself, I'm not going to be able to get there today. It was not enough notice for me to get things organized to even be able to make it there myself. But anyway, so that's what we got for that. I guess the last thing I got for you is the wife did get us booked into the room there with the deposit. So the one thing we were looking for is we were trying to be maybe a couple decks away from the Lido deck, because you said the Lido deck was deck 10. And so talking with Lisa Howell there, who was such a great asset to us going on the previous cruise, and such a loss to not have her to help with this one. So anyways, what she suggested was that you want to be probably somewhere towards the middle of the ship, you know, especially if it's your first time. Don't get out on one of the ends. Don't be fore or aft, you know, be somewhere in the middle. And she recommended, I think on the Magic, I think we were somewhere around deck 8, if I remember right. So we kind of requested that, and we got our call back from Stephanie, and she says, well, we don't have any cabins on deck 8 or 7. She says we can put you on deck 9, but there's an upcharge.
Correct.
Or you can go on deck 6, and that still stays with the $25 per person deposit.
Okay.
So we opted to do that, because the thing about deck 9 is, well, that's just below the Lido deck. And
you're correct. And a lot of times you got to be careful where your room is. You got to kind of look at the diagrams. You kind of don't want to be right underneath where, like, say, where the pool area is, because about the time the sun comes up, people start sliding the chairs around and everything, and you're like, what the hell's going on up there, you know?
That's right. Your ceiling is their floors, so
correct.
You don't want to be underneath what. So even though you're paying more to be up there, it might not be the best of spots to be. So anybody that's kind of a first-time cruiser, I mean, ask a lot of questions. Don't just kind of ride along and wait till the end. I mean, there's a lot of things to do. If you're a first-time cruiser, so we found out, not that I'm anything experienced because we've only been on the one, but the one thing we found out is that if you want to do excursions, of course, you're going to have the three stops here, so yeah. I'm not sure what the excursions entail, but book them early. And we also did all our excursions previously on Carnival. We didn't use any independent, because what we found out from you, Steve, and Lisa, was that if you're on a Carnival excursion and your excursion doesn't get back before the boat wants to sail, the boat can't go anywhere until you get back. It has to stay for the carnival excursions to get back. So you don't miss getting on the boat to go to the next,
Right.
next trip. If you're on an independent excursion, if your excursion gets back and the boat was set to sail, it blows the horn and goes on. If it's got all its scheduled people back from its excursion, so you'll either be getting another boat or a helicopter or swimming or something. But
yes, sir.
And the one excursion, if you want to do, and it gets booked up quick, and there's not many, is the tour of the ship. You get to you get to go and see how the ship works a little bit.
Yep.
And I know on the Magic there was like 100 of them or something, and they book up quick. So if you want to do that, book those excursions well in advance, because you won't get an opportunity. And if you do, a lot of times all there is like one space left. So if you want to do it as a pair or a group or something, you can't do it, because you can only get one or maybe two at a time or something. So
yeah,
that's kind of a quick.
Last time Big Ed went on the cruise, he actually he bought a ticket for me and Lisa, and we had never done that. The behind the scenes, and it's pretty fascinating, because you get to go down into the heart, down to where the crew cabins are, and where they're doing. How do they do laundry for all those thousands of towels and bed sheets and everything? And you get to go through the kitchen area. How do they cook for thousands of people every day? You get to go into the control room down below, and the storage area where all the food is stored and whatnot. You get to see everything behind the scenes. That's a fascinating tour.
And I heard that Steve Summers even got to go up on the bridge and drive the boat. Is that true?
We got to go on the bridge and meet the captain. Did not get to get anywhere near the controls, but it's crazy, because everybody thinks of a big ship with a big steering wheel. It's a joystick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a video game, a joystick.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy what you can do with electronics, what all these computers and electronics do these days. But yeah, so I don't know, before I take up too much more time about all that.
Good suggestions, though.
But anyways, yep. So I'm sure a lot of other people that have a lot more experience than I do will chime in. But as I say, the biggest thing to do is, if you're the first time out and not sure, ask a lot of questions. There's no bad questions to ask about cruising and what to do. And I mean, everybody will have their best suggestions for what they like doing for you, and just kind of take all that and wrap it up. But as I say, the two biggest things I had there was your cabin position, and to tell you the truth, we weren't sure which cabin we wanted for the first one, and we did go we didn't go all out, but we did get the outside balcony, and we were so pleased with that. We were to the point that we'll never do anything but a balcony type cabin again. So that's another thing I don't know. So anyways, but with all that, we'll let you go and see where things can develop from here.
Very good. Thank you much. Yeah, good suggestions. And people, another question, especially for newcomers, they always say, are we on a set schedule? You got to be here, got to be there. I mean, for the most part, you're on vacation. You're doing what you do whenever you want to do it. When we get to various port destinations, when we go to Aruba, sometimes maybe a half dozen or a dozen or maybe 25. I mean, well, actually, say, where are you going, Steve? And say, well, I think we're going to go to this beach or whatever. And that's more often than not, that's what we like to do, just go to a beach. We don't do a lot of the swimming with the dolphins and that kind of, all those excursions that he's talking about. But you are free to do what you want. If you want to get together with other friends and take an excursion, you're free to do your thing. Otherwise, unlike, I think back many, many years ago, my sister did a cruise. I think there might have been several NASCAR drivers, but Dale Jr. was one of them that was going on the cruise. And she was pretty disappointed. She said, we got to see him ever so briefly, like at a quick get-together, and never really saw him again all week. She said, I don't even know if he stayed on the ship for more than like the first stop or something. Yes, but Steve Summers is amongst his friends and listeners all throughout the week, very accessible. And more often than not, we're hanging out with our fellow smokers in the smoking areas, which there aren't many places you can smoke anymore. But yeah, you'll see me here, there, and everywhere. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, promised we'd get some of the other industry headlines. What I got going on? Prices at the pump. Hey, the trend, which I guess for you would be a positive thing. Prices at the pump continue to come down. ProMiles' latest numbers show the national average on diesel is now at $3.92 per gallon, down another 4.5 cents from last week. With decreases pretty much across the board, only one region now still has a price above $5 per gallon. They have three guesses where that is. A drop of 7.5 cents in the Central Atlantic, the greatest decline of all regions. West Coast dropped a nickel. East Coast down 4.7. Gulf Coast was also down about 4 cents this past week. The Rocky Mountain region price was most similar to last week, a change of less than a penny there. There are 5 regions that now have average prices per gallon below $4 per gallon. At $3.49, the Gulf Coast region, lowest average price of any region this week, $3.49 a gallon. All right, let's see. Try, don't succeed. Try again, right? That's the old adage. Representatives Troy Nehls of Texas, Christy Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Chrissy Houlihan, have reintroduced a bipartisan bill that would ensure that truck drivers have a place to use the restroom when they're waiting to deliver or pick up. The Trucker Bathroom Access Act, originally introduced last congressional session, formally resubmitted this past day. Now, the bill does not require businesses to construct new restrooms. Rather, it would only mandate that truck drivers be granted access if a business has a restroom available to their customers or employees. Nels said, I'm proud to reintroduce legislation that supports our nation's truckers. Due to the COVID pandemic, we had facilities all over the country that had shut down their bathrooms, which have caused essential employees like our truckers not to have access to use restrooms while working. These are the nation's backbone. We owe them for their tireless contributions to keep our country moving. I'm glad to once again partner with Congresswoman Houlihan on this common sense legislation. All right, in a time that the FMCSA has emphasized improving driver retention rates, Houlihan said, hey, truck drivers cannot be denied the basic right to use a restroom. Our economy depends on the truckers. We face perpetual challenges with recruitment and retention. One unique, unnecessary challenge these drivers face is lack of restroom access at delivery points while they're on the road. This is especially difficult for our female drivers, which are a growing demographic of truckers, to help power our economic recovery. So she as well said, proud to reintroduce this bipartisan legislation to ensure every truck driver has the certainty that a restroom is accessible as they do their jobs. Okay, so reintroduced this past day. See if it can gain traction and maybe make more progress, which obviously it didn't during the previous legislative session. Inbred Redneck, what's going on?
Well, good morning, Mr. Summers. I tell you what, I hear a lot of people out there, and they're going on about the cruise, and they're whispering and talking of whatnot, of tropical drinks and whatnot, Steve. I may not be able to attend because of the heavy campaign schedule, buddy. But I will tell you one thing. For those people that only got enough money for their deposits, the Inbred Redneck has got an answer for you. You're saying, oh, Lord, I've got to pay off this cruise. Steve, I'm a man with a plan. I'm here to help the American man and woman out there achieve their dreams. And tonight I'm going to help y'all do it. Today I stumbled upon a small little cryptocurrency, Steve.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Wall Street memes, buddy. Wall Street memes. It's in the launching phase. You know what I'm saying, buddy? I bought in today at 2 cents. It's already up to 3 cents. And it's really not hit the exchanges yet, just one of them. So that's a little gift from the Inbred Redneck. I'm putting the thumbs up seal of approval, Hogzilla feed. You'll be able to feed a fat woman with this coin. Now, I'm just telling you, I'm seeing good things out of Steve. Even Elon Musk has endorsed Wall Street meme.
Oh, boy. Well, we saw what happened with the Dogecoin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that's what we got to look forward to. If you want to hop in on the big win, the big train, you get out there in 2024 and you vote Inbred Redneck. Remember, that's a man that's going to pay for your cruise. Some of y'all may be worried. That's a bit shady. Oh, my God, this ain't real money. Don't you worry. I'm living proof of it, Steve. Yeah, Steve, I want you to go out and get you some, too. Now, you never jump in on this. Buddy, you got to go get you some. Low price, brother. I know you got the big Hollywood contract on the air out there in the daggone UD State there and everything else, and Rumble Bumble, and hell, might even get back on YouTube one day. Who knows? Yeah, adding another stop to the campaign there, Steve. You know, 17th and 18th. You know, it's a barn burner. Well, all them other politicians are up there in Iowa farting around, Steve. I'm out here meeting the American people. June the 17th, they're going to be there at the old music festival in Virginia. June the 18th, we're going to Detroit, Michigan. Going to be up there at the USFL football game.
Right.
I want to meet some of them auto workers, buddy, up there shaking hands, groping wives, kissing babies. And guess what? I'm going to take a day off, one day off in Michigan. June the 20th, I'm going to be at Buc-ee's on I-75 in Richmond, Virginia. That's right. Plenty of parking, gas, everything else there your heart could desire.
Beef jerky, right? Beef jerky, that's one of their big things. Yeah, hang on. We got to pause as we close out hour number 2, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Chris Christie, the former New Jersey governor, has filed paperwork for a second presidential run. He's set to launch his campaign tonight in New Hampshire. The Republican field already crowded, and former Vice President Mike Pence is expected to announce his campaign tomorrow. President Biden is holding his first cabinet meeting since declaring his candidacy for re-election. Just before the meeting, Biden told reporters that they'll be discussing many issues.
We're focused on securing our border, combating the climate crisis, and protecting the fundamental rights of Americans.
He added the group would discuss implementing the laws his administration has passed through Congress and continuing to invest in America. U.S.-China relations are showing signs of improvement. Secretary of State Antony Blinken plans to visit Beijing following productive talks between senior American diplomats and their Chinese counterparts. That's according to the State Department. Explosions at a dam in Russian-controlled southern Ukraine have triggered extensive flooding. Sky News correspondent Alex Crawford is there.
We are talking about 18 cubic kilometers of water which has been unleashed, and the floodwaters have been washing down slowly but surely, swallowing up about 100 villages and towns, including Kherson City, the capital of Kherson region.
Constructed in the 1950s, the dam retains a vast water volume comparable to Utah's Great Salt Lake and supplies water to the Russian-controlled Crimean Peninsula and Europe's largest nuclear power plant. The Republican-led House is set to vote this week on legislation regarding gas stoves. The proposed bills aim to prevent regulators from imposing future bans on stoves or implementing new energy conservation and health standards for newer models. House Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik has accused the Biden administration of excessive regulations. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In a groundbreaking development, the PGA Tour and LIV Golf have announced their merger, aiming to unite the world of professional golf on a global scale. As part of the agreement, the former competitors have resolved all ongoing legal disputes and will establish a new company which has yet to be named. 9/11 Families United has expressed strong disapproval regarding the merger between the PGA Tour and LIV Golf, which is supported by Saudi interests. The organization's chair, Terry Strada, said that the PGA and Commissioner Jay Monahan have now accepted billions of dollars to whitewash the tarnished reputation of Saudi Arabia. House Republicans are criticizing the Biden administration for its alleged lack of preparation regarding the termination of Title 42, an immigration rule related to COVID-19. In a House subcommittee hearing today, Louisiana Republican Representative Clay Higgins challenged the administration's assertion that border crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border have decreased.
Numbers of human beings crossing into America are indeed still at the record levels that we saw prior to the end of Title 42.
Title 42, which facilitated the swift expulsion of asylum seekers, expired in early May. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says 2 plane loads of migrants that have arrived in Sacramento are part of a scheme the state of Florida has cooked up, and it's the migrants who are suffering. The plane that arrived yesterday came just days after migrants were left in front of a Sacramento church. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At the Mule City 300, the Light Pros and Light Supers had just one winner apiece. In Super Farm, if you didn't have a 44, you were outgunned, while National Pulling's oldest and newest classes spread the victories around in Benson. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The association popped the top on its 53rd Grand National Championship season with a 2-night affair at Galat Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina. The Mule City 300 gave the fans of the Carolinas the first taste of all the new horsepower that the Pullers brewed up during the offseason. In light superstock, Adam Spiegelberg of Wyoego, Wisconsin, began the defense of his second title with a pair of blasts from his Detonator Black Case IH.
Yeah, it's not often where you can go and do a sweep for the weekend.
The same occurred in Region 4 light pro stock, where past champion Kendall Beasley of Moncure, North Carolina, and his high gear harvester won from both the bottom and top of the lineup over the 2 nights.
What a pass right there, fan. Kendall Beasley. It was a good track tonight. I kind of had a game plan outpulled last night.
In High Torque Super Farm, a late draw seemed to provide the ticket to the Session 1 victory for Russ Freeze and his Deer Tracks from Manchester, Tennessee. Freeze and his 4430 were the 15th to pull out of 17 entries.
What did you find in that track here tonight? I don't know. It just took up really fast, so it worked out.
In Session 2, Freeze was a participant in a 6-way pull-off, but so was Tony Sietsma from Allendale, Michigan, who brought his own 4430, the Wolverine Deer, to the fight and won by over 5 feet.
3, 2, 5, 3, 4, 0. We have a new leader. Well, career victory number 9 on the Grand National Circuit. Really good competition, of course, and everybody's friends.
The twin-engine light modifieds made their Grand National debut on Friday night. The name of Farley, Iowa's R.J. Simon will be etched into the ledger as the first ever winner, as his Simon Says followed up a 370-foot test pass with a 324-foot official distance.
That first pass was awesome. I was nervous about coming back to back it up. We did it. I'm super thrilled.
On Saturday night, Les Corporal of Marion, Indiana, dealt some corporal punishment to the young class with a 7.5-foot victory.
He drove out nice and made a little wiggle, and after that, it was just rock and roll.
And in Superstock Open, Friday belonged to the hometown favorite as Holt Strickland, son of 4-time champ John and grandson of Galat team and track owner Earl Wells, notched his first Grand National career victory aboard the Get a Load of That Agco.
The second time behind the wheel of a Superstock Open tractor, and you are a winner here tonight. Thank you, thank you. Everything worked out good.
On Saturday, the John Deeres asserted themselves on the Southern Sod after Scott Whitworth's Field Forge 6030 assumed the lead on the 10th hook of 12. Delroy, Ohio's Jeff Hodum and Fully Loaded did this.
There it is, 345.02, your winner. Thanks, Dan. It was such a great feeling, great recovering for him last night.
Next up for the NTPA, it's Grand National action at a new venue. The Farley Nationals will overtake the Simon Family's 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa on Friday and Saturday, June 9th and 10th. Also on the 10th, Morley, Michigan and Waynesburg, Pennsylvania will break the seal on the Region 2 season, and Ellsworth, Wisconsin, Showdown in Kurdtown will do the same for Region 3. More information about all of the above is available as always at ntpapull.com, and Farley will be live streamed at ntpa.tv both nights starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap. All right, rolling into a Wednesday hump stage. What do we got here? Oh, yeah. Back to the inbred redneck. So out on the campaign trail, I think we left off, where were we? In Michigan?
Oh, yeah. Well, be in Michigan here on the 18th of June at the USFL football game. Y'all come on up there. And then I'm taking off a day. A good man needs a rest. And then on the 20th of June, Steve, we're going to be down there on I-75.
Oh, yeah, Buc-ee's. Yeah.
Yeah, in Richmond, Kentucky. There'll be plenty of parking. I know it's not Big Rig approved, but we're going to set up a special event in the close area of Richmond, Kentucky for trucks. I just don't have official clearance on it yet. But it will be somewhere within that Lexington metro area and 30-mile radius or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But, Steve, America's got a big problem this week. And not too many people talking about it. That daggone Justin Trudeau, he's up there sending that smoke down from Canada, messing up our environment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for environmentalists, daggone, he's got to get that stuff gone. Now, we're in a haze down here. He's got to put up some fans. He's got to do something. This ain't right. And my first act as president, Steve, is we're going to sue Canada over this. there's a haze. Yeah, buddy, we're going to sue them over it. I'm sure there's people out there that are hurting. And who knows? People could have died from this haze. You know, Jimi Hendrix said there was a purple haze. Steve, America's got a pink haze over today, buddy. And I want y'all to remember these letters. M-A-S-A. That's what the Independent Redneck Party stands for. Let's make America straight again, buddy.
Oh.
That's right. And if you believe it, you truck drivers out there, you say, well, I'm at work all the time. I have no way of supporting the inbred redneck. I ain't got no extra funds. Wall Street means, and then don't forget, you take that old dirty sock, tie it to the mirror, write massa on there. We're going to make America straight again, buddy, with exotic dancer story time hour. Just think about it, Steve. We get some of America's finest single mothers in there reading stories to our little grandson, sons out there, and daggone, we're going to straighten this country on up, buddy. The sky is the limit. I'm going to make everybody's dreams come true. Just hop on. Send the donations to Gilligan. Invest in the Wall Street memes. Let's get on the wind train. You know, Trump said, daggone it, you're going to get tired of winning. Well, I'm going to tell you this. You ain't going to get tired of winning with me. You're going to say, what should I do next, inbred redneck? And don't worry, I've got the guidance. And dang on, Steve, I didn't want to let this out, but apparently now I've got the endorsement from Elon Musk. It's a little bit on the hush-hush side.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, how can you lose? How can a man lose if he's got daggone America's newest Nikola Tesla right here in the daggone 21st century pumping out their electric cars and whatnot? We're going to make this work, Steve. That's what I'm about. I'm about bridging the gap, making it all work now. Everybody else is saying, well, he's not a Republican. He's not a Democrat. That's right. We're independent. We're going to make it work. We don't have to call over there to Pelosi. We don't have to call over there to McConnell and get our orders now, Steve. We just going to do what we going to do, and we going to straighten it out. I think that's fair for America. I don't know about you, buddy.
Well, it sounds to me like you've got a true plan out there on the campaign trail, redneck.
Yeah, we're going to try it, money. And if anybody out there is wondering, there's great planning and everything else here, Steve. You know, the campaign song is going to be from my old buddy, the laid-back country picker, McGoffin County Cadillac. And if you ain't checked it out, check it out. It's going to be the campaign song. Send the donations to Gilligan. High tech for vice president, buddy. And spaceman for Secretary of Transportation. If y'all want to hop in on the wind train and get one of them cabinet positions, it all depends on your donations and your lust and love for the campaign. Steve, sometimes when America's in trouble, men attract strange bedfellows, as they would call it.
I've heard that.
I've got Hogzilla down there in Florida. She's got bumper stickers on both cheeks. Says, vote for the inbred redneck for president, independent redneck party. Now, if that ain't a billboard, I don't know what a billboard would be, buddy. And if y'all feel a little bit jealous about it, contact Gilligan. He'll get you the bumper stickers on out there to put on your wife's hiney. The bigger, the better. If she's a big girl, that's what we want. We want them out there. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna launch this out, Steve. These other politicians are worrying about making rich people rich. I'm out here to make the common man rich, Steve. It's just plain and straight, unadulterated, pure Americana right here, buddy. It don't get no better than this. Daggone, if it got any better, Miller Lite would probably sue me for just saying that. Or was that Bush? I don't know, but...
Oh, redneck. Massa, M-A-S-A, Make America Straight Again. We're going to straighten things out. Is that what he meant? All right, look out. He'll be out on the campaign trail. Bib overalls and a John Deere cap. The inbred redneck. All right, who else is next up here? I'm not really seeing a name. Who we got?
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
That would be Uber Ed.
Yeah, that's Uber Ed. Hey, you had a good show last night, and I really think that what was his name? Needs to go with Minister.
Sundance.
Yeah, he sounded just about. Yeah, Sundance. He sounded just about like Minister. He wants you to look at one thing, and you want something else. Minister thinks the government's going to help everybody out. That's the whole thing. He thinks the government's there to help everybody out. And also, you talked about the passports. When you fill out a new passport form for a new passport, you got to make sure you fill the thing out right, or they'll reject it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's got to be filled out right, and you can't have no mark anything out or anything on it. And they say it when we turned ours in. They said it took like 10 weeks to get one.
I had my original passport, and it was good for 10 years. And like I said, it expired, I think, in 2020 or 21. How difficult? I mean, if you've had a passport, it shouldn't be too difficult to get a renewal, is it?
No, I think you can do the renewal online. I ain't for sure. I believe you can go online and do the renewal.
Okay, because I haven't even looked into it. So.
Yeah. A new passport I know was $130 a person. And then I don't know. We went through the county courthouse where we live, and it cost us $70 at the county courthouse to do all the paperwork for us. But they only take checks or I guess a money order or whatever for your when you send for your passport.
Mm-hmm.
It says it takes 10 weeks, but they take that money out, I guarantee, within a couple of days of getting the form.
Right.
They made sure they took the money out. So, but no, we applied for ours back in the 1st of June, so we should get it sometime in July. And two, they have on that thing on the application where you can put your email address in there and you can track it through email or whatever, or through the government website or something. So, but yeah, the county courthouse says they're quite far behind. I don't think it takes as long for a renewal.
Right. I mean, for a new passport, yes, Stephanie said it's taken 4 or 5 months, maybe.
No, they said 10 weeks.
10 weeks?
10
okay,
weeks.
that's only...
That's what they said, 10 weeks. So, but now Sundance last night, he sounded just like Minister, except he ain't as good as Minister. He's got to get on that where he can rebut the thing.
All right, Uber Ed, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. All right, let's see here. Typically, historically, we know that the markets kind of watch what's taking place in the trucking sector, because that's kind of a barometer of what's ultimately on the horizon for the larger overall economy, correct? According to FreightWaves this past day, supply chain activity slid to an all-time low for a third straight month in May. Data compiled in the Logistic Managers Index, the LMI. Tuesday's report, aggregated responses from supply chain executives showed the index stood at 47.3. That's the first reading in what they call contraction territory for the 6.5-year-old data set. The mark was 3.6 percentage points below the April level and notably below a neutral level, which would be 50. Further weakening in freight markets drove the decline. The sub-index for transportation capacity stood at 69.3 for the 14th straight month of expansion. Transportation utilization registered a reading of 45.5 during the month, yet 9.5 points lower than April and almost 19 points lower year over year. I know these numbers, it's like trying to translate Greek for most of us. Let me get to the heart of the matter. What do they think's on the horizon? Inventory levels down 1.4 points in the month into what they call contraction territory for the first time since the early days of the pandemic. That sub-index nearly 20 points lower year over year and well below the all-time average of 62.1. The report showed inventory continues to flow downstream to retailers and companies closer to the consumer. Further inventory contraction is expected as the 12-month outlook came in at 44.7. Now, without an influx of inventory for the holiday season, the freight market will continue to struggle, according to the report. Whether or not a new wave of inventory is coming is not clear. Different groups holding different opinions on that, which ultimately that doesn't sound the greatest for the overall broader economy. But at the same time, this past day, Goldman Sachs put the odds of a recession within a year at 25% in a research note. Now, that's actually down from 35% earlier this year. So the outlook not quite as dim as it had been. According to the investment bank's economists, those decreases can be attributed to two major factors. First of all, the possible end of the banking crisis that started with the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, and the recent agreement on the debt ceiling. In addition, the U.S. economy has doled out large numbers of jobs while keeping the unemployment rate pretty close to the pre-pandemic level, 3.5%. Now, I said that a slowdown in hiring may help decrease inflation. Research notes said that each of our preferred measures of labor market balance has now reversed significantly more than half of its post-pandemic overshoot. But most still have some way to go before they're consistent with 2% inflation. I don't know, kind of some contradictory numbers to some extent there. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. What's going on?
Morning, Steve. I'll get to my candidacy announcement here in a minute, but what you just said about the freight numbers, we generally have a good spring run of cattle coming out of the southeast, and our numbers are down about 680, what they refer to as pot loads a month since March of this year. So we're seeing it even in the livestock sector. We're running miles about like freight haulers run about right now. We're half of what we usually are. We're just now starting to pick up. So I don't doubt what they're telling you is true. But the reason I was calling in, I wanted to offer up Inbred Redneck. If he needs a vice presidential candidate, I'll put my name in and throw my hat in the ring there. And I've got the U.S. Cattlemen's Association behind me. I got the Bull Haulers Last of the Great American Cowboys Facebook page behind me. And I got this big, powerful, shiny, chrome-plated cow truck that we can get out and campaign in. So if he's interested, I can get the rural vote, too, because I'm out in the country all the time. So if he's interested in a vice presidential running mate, have him contact me.
You're the guy, huh? You're the guy.
Well, I'm a legend in my own mind. I know that, so we might as well go with it while it's still out there.
That sounds like a plan.
And Steve, for them guys that need a bathroom, too, when I'm empty, I've got the availability here, and I sell rolls of toilet paper for $2 or for $5. If they bring their own, it's $2. And I got a winter side kit. We can put up one panel, $1 per panel if they want their own privacy. And I have a number 2 seat that we can put in. They can rent for $5 to put in to keep them up off the floor there. I got 53 foot of space in there. They got 2 levels to choose from. So if they need a bathroom and I'm empty, have them come calling.
Oh, boy. There you go. All right. I'll pass the word on to the Inbred Redneck.
Yes, sir. Have a good morning, Steve.
2-time world champion bull hauler. You know, it really smells mighty, mighty fine in them bull hauling trailers, don't it? Nothing like being stuck behind a fully loaded bull hauler. Like, what's that smell? Our number, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a hump day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie has filed paperwork for his presidential run. He is anticipated to officially launch his campaign at a town hall event in New Hampshire tonight. President Biden had his first cabinet meeting since he announced he's running for re-election. He told reporters they'd be talking about putting the laws they've passed into action.
Invest in America is more than just a slogan. We're investing in the American people, in our infrastructure, our manufacturing. We're investing in jobs in almost every community across the country.
They also discussed topics like border security, the climate crisis, and Russia's conflict with Ukraine. 9/11 Families United has expressed strong disapproval regarding the merger between the PGA Tour and Live Golf, which is supported by Saudi interests. The organization's chair, Terry Strada, has criticized PGA Commissioner Jay Monahan, accusing him of exploiting the 9/11 community in the past when he spoke against Live Golf. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels. miles.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, meanwhile, out on the campaign trail, I don't know if anybody's actually holding their breath on Ron DeSantis getting the nomination, but internal polling from backers of Ron DeSantis say he is gaining ground against Trump, well, at least in the state of Iowa, the first in the nation primary contest state. Let's see, a new Never Back Down PAC survey has DeSantis closing the gap between Trump by 14% since the presidential announcement in mid-May, before DeSantis officially announced his candidacy in that Twitter Spaces event with Elon Musk. He had 24% in Iowa compared to Trump's 48%, a 24% gap. Just a few weeks later, after he officially launched the campaign, he earned 29% against Trump's 39%. So the governor's in second place with only 10% between him and the former president, while the rest of the field falls much further behind those two frontrunners. But when the other candidates were taken out of the equation, and it was DeSantis and Trump in a head-to-head matchup, the pro-DeSantis PAC found the two frontrunners, they say, are effectively tied in Iowa compared to the governor's 14-point deficit back in mid-May. Now, zooming out to the national level, polling shows DeSantis usually at about a 20-point behind Trump. The rest of the field in the single digits. All right. Latest CNN survey conducted the day DeSantis announced showed Trump with 56% to a DeSantis 26%. So a 30% gap from the CNN. And again, how much credence do we put in the polls? I don't know. Not much. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. I have a major announcement for GMA&B News. We are reaching out to Don Lemon. We believe we should add him to our news agency. We think with his class, he should be able to fit right in GMA&B News. Don't you think, Steve? He'd really fit in good.
He's a shoo-in.
Well, as far as the Inbred Rednex campaign, I'm reaching out to him also. We want to have a campaign rally at the GMA&B Enterprises, the compound there in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. We have put a pool in the roof of our skyscraper, but we have plenty of facilities. Come one, come all. We're going to have a campaign rally there, right there in downtown Highview. Also, I'm proud to announce we have another pledge of $1,000 to the campaign. Yes, that's right. We have another pledge. Yes, notice, not a donation, but at least it's a pledge.
Mm-hmm.
I am planning on attending the cruise next year. If you want to meet me, you'll be able to see me. I'll be able to, pretty easy to stick out because I'll be the sophisticated dressed one. I will be in my bib overalls, my straw hat, no shoes, but I will be wearing a very large black bow tie. So you can pick me out because of the sophistication of my bow tie. Yes, that's right. And come up to the GMA&B Enterprises compound on Independence Day weekend for the campaign rally. Hopefully we can get the Inbred Redneck there. I know his schedule is very hectic. We will try to get some redneck girls to entice him. Hopefully we will. All right, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Wait a minute.
There's more.
Wait a minute. Before I forget it, yes, I have a job for Lauren Weeks, the two-time world champion BS. I have been thinking about this. I'm supposed to fill out the captain. I would like to offer him the Secretary of Agriculture. I believe he would fit right in. Don't you think? So that's my job offer to Lauren Weeks. I hope everybody has a fine, safe night, and take care.
Yeah, we'll have a full cabinet together pretty soon, won't we? Secretary of Agriculture. All right. I just popped back over to the screen chat. I apologize. It's been nearly an hour ago, but probably still a mess. Joe chimed in, major accident. I-80 Indiana, Indiana-Illinois line eastbound side. About 6 miles of traffic backed up there. Again, that was right about an hour ago, so what a mess. Hello to Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve. Jeff from New York City. Thanks for the overnight company. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Happy Monday for her. Hump day for the rest of us. Didn't check in earlier because I was a little busy with a two-stop Columbus pedal. I'm sitting at my live load backhaul in Groveport, suburb of Columbus, which is starting to get on my nerves with their goofy rules. Did get some rain at the house earlier. Did not clear the wildfire smoke up, though. Things are clearing. It's a moon. The moon is shining. And low to mid-60s right now. Yeah, it's been raining, light rain outside the bunker for the last several hours. Looks like it should be coming to an end in the next hour or so, though. Yeah, I don't know if it'll do enough to actually maybe help the lawn, which has been turning brown. A good light soaking for a few hours would be much needed rainfall, though. Hello to Rob, checking in. Good morning. Woke up in Raymond, New Hampshire this morning to a cool 52 degrees on my way back to Lewiston, Maine at this hour. Hello, Rick in Columbus, Ohio. Hope everybody had a safe, awesome day yesterday. All right, and I was looking at a map. Here it is. A map showing talking all the hazy conditions. Yeah, from the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley, and really heavy, hazy conditions there in the Northeast. Looks like today is expected to be even worse than yesterday. I'm looking at in New York, where they're showing it's kind of like a color-coded scale where the smoke would be near the surface to where, I think, who was it? Scarecrow the other night said it was real hazy, but he couldn't really smell any smoke when he went outdoors. Yeah, that is not going to be the case, especially in much of New York for the upcoming day. Now, you'll have some low-level smoke all the way down into northern Pennsylvania, but looking at the zone from right about Ithaca on the east, Buffalo on the west, so Niagara Falls to Rochester to Syracuse, everything in that zone on up north, it's like the top of the scale, a dark purplish color, depicting what they call near surface smoke. So you'll be able to step out and you'll be able to smell the wildfire. And that's going to be super bad air quality for people with asthma and whatnot. Try to stay indoors in an air-conditioned environment if possible there today. What's happening, Raymond?
This demon. Boy, I tell you. Just another day in paradise. Boy, I got an answer for your passport deal there. You got a 5-year grace period on an expired passport. All you do is you go get a renewal at the post office or get a picture taken at Walgreens or wherever and get your renewal form. And you ain't got to send your birth certificate in. You just send your old passport in as long as it's not expired more than 5 years. And then they'll process it. It don't take that long, and they'll send back your old passport with a hole punched in and your new passport.
So really just as simple as getting a new, you got to have a new photo, you're saying.
Yes.
We got our original one at CVS. I don't know, do they still do passport photos at those places?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll still do them.
So so you put it in the mail, there's a form to fill out that I've got to get at I think the post office is where I had to go to get the original.
Right, and some post office will take the picture, but like I said, I know I got mine done at like Walgreens. I think is where I got mine done. But yeah, they still do the photos, and it's a pretty simple process.
Okay.
I mean, it's the same, almost the same form, but it's a renewal. I mean, they still ask all the questions and everything, but no, you don't have to send your birth certificate in. You just send the old passport in as long as it's not over 5 years old.
Okay, all right.
Well, Pappy, 5 years expired.
Pappy said he actually, when he talked to Stephanie yesterday, he asked her about a passport. I guess she told him you can still get on the ship with like your birth certificate and your driver's license. It seems like it's
right on a closed cruise. From when it goes from leaves Miami and comes back to Miami. Yes, you can use a passport and your ID, but if something happens, you're not going to be able to fly back.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get a passport card, you can't. It's not the same as a passport book. Get the book. I think Ed's got the card, but like I said, if something happens, you need the passport book. And the card is a cheaper option, but I would not recommend the card. I would recommend the book, like what,
Right.
I think, you guys got the books, yeah. But, it's just like I said, if something happens down there, and you've talked about it before, if something happens, you can't fly back, But like I said, the birth certificate, you can still use it. I just wouldn't recommend that either. Seems kind of busy. Seems like everybody's booking. Got a bunch of bookings, it looks like.
I think yesterday was a pretty busy day there for Stephanie.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Everybody was posting on the cruise page, saying they had booked. So hopefully they'll have a big crowd. But,
That's all I had. I just, like I said, I heard you talking about that, and I figured I'd chime in and, give the information, because, like I said, I had let mine expire, and that's what I'd done. And I had read the other day where it's could be 4 to 5 months. And matter of fact, I was just talking to my sister a while ago, and we're going on a cruise next May, and I was like, you need to go get your passport. And even though it's a year away, I was like, just need to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
And I would. I wouldn't wait till the last minute, because I've seen on some of the pages where people are saying they, are, a couple weeks away from their cruise and their passport hadn't come back. And if you've sent your birth certificate to get a passport, well, you don't even have a birth certificate then. And regardless of what anybody says, even if you got that gold star on your driver's license, no, you cannot. That is not a passport. That is.
So that's, I think that's good for like continental U.S. airlines flights, not good for international. Right. So you couldn't fly from like Aruba back to the U.S. Okay. Right.
And that's another thing too. Everybody's going to be flying in and everything. They've got to have that gold star on their license now. Because they, if you don't, they're not going to let you fly either. That's part of the requirement. I forget what they call that, but yeah, that's part of the requirement too to fly domestic, is you've got to have that gold star on your license.
Trying to remember when I got my latest update. Yeah, I've got the star. It's not a gold star. I've got like a gold emblem, a gold state of Ohio logo, and then it's got a star next to it.
Right. That's it. That's the I forget what they call it. But yeah, that's what you got to have.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you got to take your passport or your birth certificate to the DMV. When you get your license renewed, and get that put on there. So that's several different requirements now, and they put that off during the pandemic, but it's all in effect now for I think all the states.
Yep. Sure enough. Okay. That's when I went in to get my license renewal. You had to have a half dozen different kind of documents, right? You had to have a utility bill with your name on it, and all this different Social Security card. And what a pain in the butt.
Yeah, but like I said, make sure you have that, else you might not be flying either. So anyway, well, I'm gonna get off here. Like I said, I'll sit back and listen. We'll talk to y'all later.
All right, thanks for checking in, Raymond.
Yeah.
Well, I guess when he says demon, because that's his handle, demon. This wonderful artificial intelligence voice recognition technology. That's 2 nights, 2 calls in a row where it's popped up as Raymond on the screen. Nonetheless, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're telling me that's actually a true story? I jumped over to the Facebook cruise page. Steve Summers 2024 Overnight Drive Cruise. And one of our listening friends said, I got booked this past day. And Scotty there, Demon, said, remember, you can't fish off the balcony. And I guess Lester thought it was a joke. And he said, let me see. No, I saw it on Facebook. A couple got caught and got banned from Carnival forever. It's like, now, first, how did they get like fishing poles on the ship to begin with? And who in their right mind would think that you'd be able to fish off a cruise ship and you got going 20 knots? Okay, I'll do a little Google search on that. What's going on, Heat Wave?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Well, I think anybody that can smuggle a fishing rod and reel on the boat that has enough damn line to get to the water line and weights to keep it from going into the propellers, hey, let them fish.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, we're traveling eastbound on 40 just outside of Kingman, Arizona, and it's 74. I couldn't tell you if it's cloudy or not out there, and I don't even know where the moon is. The moon's right next to me. Okay, well, anyways, the moon's up. So, now the campaign slogan. It hit me when I was at the Lake Havasu City Loves at exit 9. I walked in, I was waiting for my shower number to get called, and I figured, well, I'll grab me a hamburger. The Carl's Jr. is supposed to be open 24/7. Well, they had a big old sign up there saying, we apologize, we have staffing issues. Now there's, 10.1 million jobs unfilled. And they're saying that the unemployment is getting close to the pre-pandemic stages. Well, where are those that are claiming that they're unemployed, they can't find work? I mean, it may not be the kind of work you want, but it's going to pay you minimum $15 an hour. And if that ain't enough, then you're going to have to do a little bit more, because I'm tired of paying for their fat asses sitting down on the chair, eating chips in their parents' basement, playing video games. So I think the new campaign slogan ought to be, off your ass, America, and go back to work. I don't know, I thought it was kind of catchy.
I kind of like, I like that a little better than Make America Straight Again.
Well, I mean, we could use a little straightening out here. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so anyways. Okay, well, let's see here. Marlin, Texas. We all heard about their plight because only 5 children, and I'll call them children, have passed all the requirements needed to walk that stage to get their diploma. The other 28 have not. Well, hell, people, this ain't a damn participation graduation.
Right?
You need to go out there and get the job done. No one else is going to do it for you. If you ain't going to get it done your senior year, guess what? Recycle, go back, and finish up. Good night. And that other damn bunch, where was it? New Berm, something or another. All the seniors there are crying and complaining because they can't cross the the stage to get their diploma. Well, what did the teachers say, or the school administrators say? They didn't do their assigned work. They either did not pass, or they don't have enough credit to get out of school. They're all crying, well, let them graduate, let them walk. No, they haven't earned it. This ain't Little League, people, where everybody gets a damn snow cone and a participation trophy. You have to earn that right. So for those students that actually earned that right, they should not be held back because the rest of the other damn clowns in the class can't get it done.
Yep.
So Marlin School District, I'm sure Monkey Gadger goes through there all the time because I was going to meet him to pay back a bet.
Yeah, I mean,
the Braves beat the.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get your credits, yeah, remember I think we had to have 4 credits in math, 4 credits in English. You had to have a chemistry. I forget what all mandatory. If you don't have your credits, you don't get a diploma. Some people take longer than others to get the job done, but hold that thought.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie has officially launched his campaign for president in New Hampshire. He told the crowd that now more than ever, character matters.
We can't dismiss the question of character anymore, everybody. If we do, we get what we deserve.
Christie joins a crowded Republican field, and former Vice President Mike Pence is expected to announce his campaign tomorrow. Multiple people were shot and injured at a high school graduation ceremony that was being held on Virginia Commonwealth University's Monroe Park campus. Reports indicate at least 4 people were injured and mention the sound of dozens of loud bangs at the Altria Theater tonight. The condition of the victims have not been disclosed. Witnesses say the shooting occurred as Huguenot High School's graduation ceremonies were ending. Mark Meadows, the former chief of staff for Donald Trump, has testified to a federal grand jury. The testimony is part of the ongoing investigation conducted by special counsel Jack Smith into the actions of the former president. Meadows is a key figure in both the investigation into Trump's handling of the January 6th Capitol riot, as well as his handling of classified documents after leaving office. President Biden held his first cabinet meeting since he announced he's running for re-election. Before the meeting, he said they'd be talking about putting the laws they've passed through Congress into action.
Invest in America is more than just a slogan. We're investing in the American people, in our infrastructure, our manufacturing. We're investing in jobs in almost every community across the country.
They also discussed border security, the climate crisis, and Russia's conflict with Ukraine. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is likely to visit Beijing as a sign of thawing relations between the United States and China. Productive discussions took place between senior diplomats and their Chinese counterparts on Monday. The visit comes months after Blinken postponed a trip to China following the discovery of a Chinese surveillance balloon that had moved over American airspace. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
A federal judge is allowing the disclosure of the names of individuals who posted bond for Congressman George Santos in his criminal fraud case. The judge has granted Santos until Friday at noon to appeal the decision. Media outlets and the Health Ethics Committee requested the release of the information. Santos is facing charges of wire fraud, money laundering, theft of public funds, and lying to Congress. The White House has launched a new website that lets you monitor big new road, bridge, and other infrastructure projects.
It's called invest.gov, and it tracks both public and private projects. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says there are plenty of both.
In addition to over $200 billion that have already happened in terms of those federal investments, there have been over $400 billion of private investments.
The site will summarize government spending state by state, including jobs created and businesses started. Despite the record number of jobs created during his term, the president has had a tough time getting credit. The invest.gov website hopes to help fix that. I'm Rich Johnson.
Congress is making efforts to ensure that AM radio stays in newer vehicles. A House subcommittee held a hearing on a bipartisan bill that would require car manufacturers to keep AM radio functional, as some companies have started phasing it out. In a groundbreaking development, the PGA Tour and LIV Golf have announced their merger, aiming to unite the world of professional golf on a global scale. As part of the agreement, the former competitors have resolved all ongoing legal disputes. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That's my cue. Back at it. Hey, we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into Wednesday, Hump Day. Here we are. Well, thank you, Scotty. He wasn't kidding. I guess live and learn, right? That's funny. A guest aboard a Carnival cruise ship has been videoed by a traveling companion while fishing from their balcony stateroom. The video posted on TikTok shows the male passenger pulling in a fish from an obvious balcony cabin while the female guest filming the video laughs. No fishing rod is visible, just a lengthy piece of line and the spool that line, so like you just took maybe a whole spool of fishing line. Obviously, had a hook and some sinkers. And as the fish comes closer, not only can you see that it's tangled in the line, but a hook is embedded in its mouth, a small yellow lure, and a metal weight attached to the line. Now, by size, overall markings, and the triangular body shape, the fish appears to be a buffalo trunkfish, also called cowfish, boxfish, or shellfish. The exact cruise ship is not identified in the video, but the guest is wearing a Carnival Cruise Line sign and sail card. The blue card indicates this is their first time sailing with the cruise line. As a guest on their second cruise would have a red sign and sail card, and higher loyalty levels will get you a gold, a silver, or a platinum card. Posted on April the 16th. Obviously from Nassau. The background in the video clearly shows they're docked in Nassau because of some of the recent port improvements on the dock there. The video cuts off as the fish is on the balcony floor. It's not known what became of the fish after the video. No further updates posted, but if the fish was actually tossed back overboard, it probably did not survive. I can't tell what deck they're on, but that's a pretty damn good drop from the way up there on those upper balconies. It must be noted, fishing off a cruise ship balcony is absolutely not permitted, as it would present a hazard not only to marine life, there being no guarantee that any fish caught would not be a protected fish, or other marine life like sea turtles, corals, or stingrays could be harmed. It could also be hazardous to the ship if items swung from a line onto other balconies. Now, there was an update to that story, which indeed says the guests, I guess they were finally somehow identified and have been banned from Carnival Cruise Lines for life. All right, so that's, you can't make this stuff up. What did they say? The update said many people enjoy fishing, and some cruises even offer a variety of fishing excursions at different destinations. But in this case, the two Carnival guests fishing from their balcony. Background details again say it's Nassau. Carnival Cruise Line reacted to the incident with a brief statement. Fishing from our ships is prohibited. We have identified the guest. They will not be cruising on Carnival again. Carnival Cruise Line's brand ambassador, John Held, also noted the prohibition on his very popular Facebook page. Fishing from our balconies or from anywhere else on board is strictly prohibited, not permitted. Okay, all right. Well, he actually even caught a fish there. It looks like a nice tropical fish.
And he did that by hand?
Apparently.
He didn't have a rod and reel?
Nope.
Ooh, ow, man. He must have had some gloves on, and if he didn't, he's still a damn fool. My goodness. Well, such as it is. Well, anyways, get back to the Marlin High School and this New Bern High School. Marlin, as a monkey gouger knows well, he goes through there quite often, that is a predominantly black area of Texas. That city is predominantly black. Apparently, from what I've seen of the one about the New Bern High School, apparently that is predominantly black as well. And I'm just going to leave it there. I mean, you can't get everything for free all the time. You have to actually crack a book, read if you're able to, and do the work you're assigned to do. You've done that. I've done that. My daughters have done that. That's the only way you can get ahead in this world. But, there's people out there that believe in the Democrat thing, Don't be dependent upon yourself. Be dependent upon us. And, I got laughed at and ridiculed and mocked for saying that was what the Democrats want. They want you to be dependent upon government. And the Republican says, hey, look, we're here if you need us, but we're going to encourage you to do it on your own, the way it ought to be. So, anyways, it's kind of like you give somebody a fish and they'll eat for a day, and if you teach them how to fish, they can feed themselves, for a lifetime. All right. Well, like I said, we was over here at the hamburger joint there at the Lake Havasu Loves, and it's supposed to be open 24/7, but there's a staffing shortage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, didn't they say that there was 10.1 million jobs available, still
Correct.
not filled?
Correct.
Well, like I said, I'm tired of paying for some fat ass sitting in their parents' basement, eating chips, drinking soda pop, playing video games. They need to get out, get a job, and support themselves. I'm tired of being a taxpayer that has to pay for it. I mean, we're getting illegal aliens up here that old Joe Biden, Jackass Joe, says, well, hey, come on in. And now he's talking about securing the border? Wonder when that sunk into him. And to enforce existing laws already passed? Whoa. What a novel idea. Good night. Hell, if they would go ahead and enforce the laws already on the books as far as immigration goes, keeping the illegal aliens out, plus all the diseases they're bringing across, plus illicit drugs, maybe we'd have a much more secure border and people would be a little bit more happier. What do you think, Joe? To have Kamala Harris being the border czar and then being the head of AI, Lord help us, we're done. I mean, there ain't no intelligence in that broad. And for her to be in charge of AI, good Lord. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to...
Stick a fork in him.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're done.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, we are. We are. So, you know, it's not that Joe's program has gotten these jobs off and running from the ground up. These jobs are already there, pre-pandemic. Remember that, folks, pre-pandemic. When the country shut down, guess what? The unemployment level went through the damn roof because nobody was open. They were keeping them closed. And when they opened the country back up and businesses came back and started flourishing, the restaurant industry, you know, small businesses, that wasn't Joe. Don't let him give you a load of BS like Sundance Kid or a minister would let you believe. No. Those jobs were already there. They were just coming back to fill them back in. What has Joe done to create jobs? Not a damn thing. He kills production of refining oil. He kills the building of the wall. He kills the Keystone Pipeline, which, you know, it's a temporary job for a couple of years, but I mean, it was still good paying jobs. And there could be other pipelines being built. There could be other refineries being built. We don't have to be, you know, subject to the whims of OPEC Plus. Trump showed us that. Now, why not, you know, pandering to a group of people, a 2%, like the Alphabet Group, or these other numbnuts out there that say, let's go green. No, it doesn't work. People make choices. The Alphabet Group wants their month. They demand that Target put their stuff out to be sold and pushed in our faces. No, I'm not going to celebrate a choice that you made to be strange. You know, there's only two sexes here on this earth, male and female. And that is what you see on a birth certificate, and that is what you see on a death certificate. And when they're talking about deaths due to a natural disaster, you know, they separate them according to their sex.
Yeah, they're changing birth certificates. You can be an M for male, you can be an F for female, you can be an X. Now you can actually, you could be an X. Oh, and by the way, Pappy shared with me earlier that the city of Dallas just passed a law that you will address people by their proper pronouns if you're a city employee, or you will be fired.
Good night.
So you can't make this stuff up. It's no joke. So, you know, if you were to refer to Dylan Mulvaney, a biological male, as him, because he prefers to be identified as her, and you're an employee of the city of Dallas, you're out of a job. Yeah. What does he say? Good night. It's true. Oh, and he wasn't kidding. I didn't delve into the rest of the story, but apparently this various LGBT groups actually came out with a list of demands for Target stores. I didn't read into it. When does a group of individuals get to demand what a major retailer in this country is going to put on their shelves? How does that work? Yeah. Hey, let's all get together and we're going to tell Walmart, you're going to put this on your shelf or else. It don't work that way. We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, head on down to Florida. Morning, Philip. What's happening?
Oh, just on my way to the house down here to take care of some business with the monorail. How you doing today?
Doing all right. Happy Hump Day.
Yeah, it's Hump Day. It's Hump Day. It's not the day before Hump Day. Hey, I gotta ask Gilligan a question. Hey, Gilligan, I don't know if you watch She-Hall enough or not, but I got an idea for you here. Why don't you go down when you go to that cruise and you're going to buy your overalls? Why don't you get you some of that Buck Owens special overalls, you know, that Buck Owens used to wear on the Hee-Haw. So why don't you get some of them with your straw hat there? So how you like that, Steve?
I don't remember what Buck Owens wore on Hee-Haw.
His overalls were backwards. He wore his overalls were made backwards.
Really?
If you ever watched the original Hee-Haw shows back in the day, his overalls were actually backwards to what regular overalls are made. So, like the part in the back where it feeds off, you seen that in the front instead of in the back. Yeah, he had those custom made, he said. But I thought about Gilligan when he was talking about about his overalls and straw hat there and his bare feet. And you tell me you can't bring a Zebco on a cruise ship?
Apparently
really?
not. Yes, sir.
Man, and you can't buy that flip. Remember the flip reel that used to be on television all the time back in the 80s? You know, they had the rod and reel that flipped up, portable one you could take on.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you can't take that on the ship. Man, and you're sitting in the port. Now, the ship's not even moving, and that's what you just described. You're sitting in the port and you're fishing off your deck there. You're not hurting the ship now, are you? The ship ain't moving. I don't think you're really going to get caught up in that propeller with it sitting in the port. So what's going on with that? So how high is the Lido deck off of the water, Steve?
Well, I mean, if you estimate the floors of a building, it's the 10th deck, so it's I guess 9 or 10 stories up there.
So you want about 100 feet up off the water, so
I'd
possibly,
say,
like
yeah.
10 feet. Well, you better put a lot of line on that thing if you want to get down that low. Down that much. So, but and they were in Nassau, huh?
That's what it's.
Yeah, are you guys going out of You guys are going out of Miami, right? You said.
Correct, Miami.
With your crew.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, it won't be too bad. But I wonder if they do that at South Beach. They fish off their boats on there, so that's kind of interesting. But how many choices of presidents or president elector are we going to have for the Republicans? It seems like everybody and their brothers throwing their hat in to be running for president. What's going on with this, Steve?
And
how many we got now?
I don't, and I don't understand why. You know, because they know they're not going to stand a flying chance in hell of ever getting the nomination.
I know. I mean, it's like, do you remember when they had the first debate with Trump? Trump was there, Jeb Bush, all these guys were at the Reagan Library in front of the former Air Force One having their debate. Now, you remember all those folks that were there. And it dwindled down to Donald Trump. Now, how many were back in that, Steve? Do you remember how many was that? It was a bunch of them.
Yeah, it seems like there were 12, 13. I mean, right now we're up to 9 already. 9 currently in the field.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, okay. Now, haven't seen anything about Democrats. Who's running against Joe Biden? Has anybody thrown their hat in for a Democrat presidential run yet?
What's that? The Kennedy guy. And I'm not aware of him. I'm not sure of any others.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Oh, speaking of Kennedy, did you hear that RFK Jr. got his Instagram back? Did you see that?
And I think that's the one. That's the one that's running for. He's running for Democrat, isn't he?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't keep track of them folks.
I think he's the one.
But I heard the other day that he got his Instagram back because he had posted something negative on the Instagram, and they did.
And it was all about the vaccine stuff. That's when he got banned from Instagram.
USA News Update. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie has filed paperwork for his presidential run. He is anticipated to officially launch his campaign at a town hall event in New Hampshire tonight. President Biden had his first cabinet meeting since he announced he's running for re-election. He told reporters they'd be talking about putting the laws they've passed into action.
Invest in America is more than just a slogan. We're investing in the American people, in our infrastructure, our manufacturing. We're investing in jobs in almost every community across the country.
They also discussed topics like border security, the climate crisis, and Russia's conflict with Ukraine. 9/11 Families United has expressed strong disapproval regarding the merger between the PGA Tour and Live Golf, which is supported by Saudi interests. The organization's chair, Terry Strada, has criticized PGA Commissioner Jay Monahan, accusing him of exploiting the 9/11 community in the past when he spoke against Live Golf. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy, For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. And answering Philip's question, yeah, by the end of the week, the number of major candidates running for the Republican nomination is expected to be 9. So we know Mike Pence, Chris Christie, they're already in. Supposedly, you got North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum supposed to jump into the race this week, and I'm not familiar if he has or not. Then the Republican National Committee announced the date and the criteria for the first primary debate. And the polling criteria is pretty notable. There may not be many polls that actually qualify. So I don't know, is that a good or a bad use of polling? I'm thinking you've got candidates that are polling at less than 1%. And that means they're probably not going to qualify to even get on the stage to participate.
Wow, that's amazing. And we all worried about Ross Perot. Remember him, Steve?
Right. Oh, yeah.
We got Ross Perot times 10 now. I mean, that's nothing. All joking aside about earlier, you were talking about pronouns. Okay. Now, you guys know what I do for a living. You know where I work at for a living. And if you remember the term, Steve, everybody used the term ladies and gentlemen when they introduce things. Mm-hmm. Remember that? Okay, well, nobody ever thought about this, but this was being thought up a long time ago, and I don't think a lot of people pay attention to it when they talk or they hear people talking or anything like that. But do you remember the word folks?
Absolutely.
Remember that was used to. Okay. Well, that term was brought up by the folks in the entertainment field for that reason only, right there. So you're not identifying somebody as what their gender is or anything like that. You're just identifying them. Hi, folks. Come right in. It's a term that I use every day. Another term that's being used nowadays is everybody. So everybody, welcome aboard, everybody. Another term that's being used is friends. Come aboard, friends. That's another term that's being used in a lot of places instead of the old traditional ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We don't do that no more. And then I just use the word folks. I'm not specific to any of that stuff. I still come up to somebody and say, can I help you, ma'am, or may I help you, sir? Be polite. And it's basically taking all that out of the word. And my personal opinion about the whole situation, it's kind of confusion. We're not here to confuse nobody. I don't care what you got going on at your house. When I meet with a person, I meet with them for about 2 seconds, and I help them with whatever they need, and I send them on their way, or they send me on my way, whatever. And that's pretty much it. And that's the thing that kind of, this whole situation is very confusing when it comes to people like you and me, Steve, that were brought up being polite to people. You don't want to be rude to somebody and say, hey, get over here. You want to be polite to somebody. And when somebody's paying a lot of money to be where you are working, you want to be as polite as you can because you want them to come back and spend more money. I mean, that's just business, and it's a hard situation to take nowadays. So, I don't know. What do you feel about it, Steve?
I know exactly what you're saying, but yeah, I mean, I still use good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. Is that politically incorrect to say that?
I don't know if it is or not. I mean, I still do it on the train. I mean, you think about this. I drive a train. I work on the resort line. I do 5 stops a day, or 5 stops a lap. Every time I go around this 3-mile circle, I'm doing 5 stops. Okay, when I get that train loaded with people and I get everybody in it, I get on the train or on the PA and I say, ladies and gentlemen, our next stop is going to be this place, and you need to hold on to the hand railings and stand clear of the doors. I do that 5 times a day for every lap that I turn. Then there are times that I've slipped up and say, ladies and gentlemen. There's sometimes I say folks. There's sometimes I say everybody. The friend thing, I don't really use, and this is my opinion, and a lot of my fellow coworkers feel this way. I don't know you. You can't be my friend if I don't know you, right, Steve?
True.
So how am I going to know somebody if I'm going to walk up to them and say, hey, friend? I can't call you my friend because I don't know you. Friend is, in my opinion, and a lot of folks' opinion, it's a personal level. Like I know you at a personal level. Well, I don't know everybody at a personal level. I couldn't tell you who does what, when, how, or where. I see thousands of people a day, and that's how I handle it. It's just like, it just depends on the situation, and if I remember things going on the right way. If I don't, then I slip up and say, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody gets off the train and comes down to me and says, why did you say that?
Mm-hmm.
I've never yet, in my 13 years of working at this place, I've never, ever had anybody come down and say, why did you say this? Never had that before. If you're polite to people and nice to people, they'll go along with the role. Now, you do get a few people that are out there, but those people tend to stay out of the deal.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things.
You're right. Don't you run into the occasion? You have to run into the occasional Karen there.
Oh, dude, I deal with it's not Karen, Steve. It's Karens with an S.
Plural.
I deal with thousands of them folks a day.
Okay.
And you know what? It's part of the job here. If you're not a people person, you can't work at this place. I mean, if you can't handle dealing with the public. Before my mom passed away, we had a conversation. We were talking one day, and she was down sick with cancer, and she said, I don't know how you work at that place. I'd be calling everybody a pain in the butt, or I'm not going to use the term an a-hole, but she said I'd be using that term all the time. I'd be fired from that place. I said, you just got to take it with a grain of salt, Mom. Don't take anything personal and send them on their way when you find out. Because I get questions every day from where's the bathroom at to what time is the 3 o'clock parade? And I get that every day.
Are you
and
are you
it's not
kidding me?
one.
Oh,
It's-
good Lord.
it's thousands.
How do you respond to that? Well,
Yeah.
ma'am, the 3 o'clock parade is 3 o'clock.
Yeah, and I look at my time. I say, well, it's 2 o'clock right now to be in an hour, ma'am. That's usually what I do. I do something like that.
Yeah.
The big one that's always funny is they get on the train and they're saying, I'm going to Disney. And I'm thinking, well, you're standing in Disney right now, and, oh, you're going to the Magic Kingdom. Oh, okay. It becomes it. Have you ever heard of chain theory, Steve? You ever heard the term chain theory?
Not really.
All right, this is a funny one, and a lot of people don't know this when they come to these kind of theme parks and places like this. Okay, so they have a thing called a chain theory. So you come up to me and you ask me, what's the next stop? And I tell you it's the parking lot. Okay? The guy behind you comes up and says, what's the next stop? It's the parking lot. The guy behind him, what's the next stop? It's the parking lot. And they could have heard that from the guy in front of them. You see what I mean? It's like a chain. It keeps going on and on and on and on. Like sometimes it'll be like, how many stops is it to Epcot? Well, Epcot's a one-stop train. We all know that. There's only 2 stops on it. You get on the one stop, it's going to be one stop, And it's like a chain thing. How many stops is it to Epcot? It just goes over and over and over again. And that's what I'm saying. You've got to blow things off and don't take it personal. The one that gets me, though, is when people come up to me and say, are they going to give me back my ticket? And I say, I don't handle tickets. You need to go see guest relations. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get into money. I don't talk figures. I don't talk numbers. That's not my job. My job is to put you on the train, drive the train, and drop you off. And a lot of people, it's funny when people come here. It's some of the stories I could tell you about this place would be crazy. We'd be on this radio or on this podcast for hours. But it's a very interesting place to work at. In some ways it's not. So, but that's all I got today, bud. Y'all have a good one, and thanks for having me.
I guess that's every job, isn't it? You got your good points and your not so good points, and all right, educational, all kind of educational stuff here on a Wednesday. David Grush, an Air Force veteran, claims he has viewed evidence of a UFO crash retrieval program secretly run by the U.S. and says the government has even found intact bodies of non-humans. Now, Grush is a former member of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. It has reportedly provided Congress and the intelligence community's Inspector General classified information about the covert program. 36-year-old Grush served as the Reconnaissance Office's representative to the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force from 2019 to 2021. The task force was set up to probe UFO existence. He said details of the UFO retrieval program and recovery of the non-human bodies has been illegally withheld from Congress. He's filed a complaint claiming that he was the victim of illegal retaliation for making confidential disclosures. These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles. Call it a spacecraft, if you will. Non-human exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed. I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. It was a ruse. People started to confide in me, approach me. I have plenty of senior former intelligence officials that came to me, many of which I knew almost my whole career, that confided in me that they were part of a program. They told me, based on their oral testimony, that they provided me documents and other proof that there was, in fact, a program that the UAP task force was not read into. He said the U.S. has been lying to us, that's the American public, for years. There's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the populace, which is extremely unethical and immoral, he said. We are definitely not alone. The data points quite empirically. We are not alone. Now, as for the bodies he claimed were on the UFOs, he said, well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots, and believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it is true. Ooh. All right. Just digest that. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty. In the meantime, of course, we're already dealing with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. But according to AccuWeather, the risk of wildfires will remain high across much of the Mid-Atlantic, the Central Appalachians, and the Midwest into next week, even as a cooler weather pattern produces temperatures more typical of the first half of May. Southward dip in the jet stream developed over the past week, and it's going to stick around into the first part of next week. In the northeastern corner of the country with just a brief interruption. While parts of the northern and eastern New England will be showery for a time in this pattern, showers or thunderstorms elsewhere in the northeast and the Midwest will be few and far between. In many cases, it may not rain for another 5 to 7 days. A phenomenon not widely seen since the summer of 1988 may occur. The summer of '88 brought its share of what they call dry thunderstorms. or in other words, thunderstorms with very little or no rain in parts of the Northeast and Midwest. As harmless as they may seem, they can pose that hidden risk. This May was one of the driest months on record. So we've got what they described as a flash drought unfolding. On a sunny, breezy day this time of year, anywhere from a quarter to a half inch of water can evaporate from the topsoil. So recently planted shallow root flowers and shrubs can wither during the day, and the seeds may even fail to germinate. Lawns become more straw-like and sometimes even enter dormancy. All right, the recent dryness set the stage for critical fire danger for the Mid-Atlantic on Tuesday. Extremely rare for that region. At this time of year, the grass and the brush are usually greening up, but they're already burnt out. So that's potential fuel for blazes. Now, when you have dry thunderstorms occurring, lightning strikes could trigger wildfires similar to what they deal with in the western U.S. during the summer and early fall. And of course, gusty winds produced by those thunderstorms can quickly fan any fire that starts. All right, the dry grass and the brush have pushed the threat sky high this week as far west as portions of Michigan and Ohio, according to the Storm Prediction Center. An elevated fire risk continues into Wednesday night over much of the same region, with some pockets of critical fire danger likely. I mentioned we actually had several hours of lighter rain here in southern portions of Ohio. Some of that now pushing down through parts of Kentucky tonight, northern Kentucky. Most of it's lighter rain, but that should at least dampen things up a bit for the upcoming day. But the fire risks shouldn't be nearly as high. All right, see what's going on with 5-7. Hey there.
Okay, I want to make a warning to you about Philip and Disney. All right, and plus I had in that space deal too. In '76, I was in boot camp in Orlando, and about the fourth weekend, they throw us in a bus and tell us to get on our dress whites. They throw us in a bus. They take us to Disney. Well, ain't that cool? Well, I mean, wearing our dress whites, you know, and everything. We're walking around. I mean, the girls just glued to us. And I had this young lady come up there. She was wearing a bikini top. And now this is before Daisy Dukes, but or you know, whatever. But if you remember, Mary Ann wore pretty tight shorts too. So she, you know, so that set that up. She was sandy, reddish blonde hair, blue eyes, had freckles. Just light, just a string of freckles. And she had me by the hand, and then that was it. You know, we're walking around the park. Oh, I want to go to Space Mountain. You've been on Space Mountain? No, I said, no. Let's go to Space Mountain. Let's go to Space. Okay. You know, hey, she's got my hands, and wherever she's going, I'm going. Well, we're just moseying up the ramp, you know, and, you know, going right past these signs that says, if you've got heart trouble, don't get on this ride.
Right.
Because all I could see is this halter top, or this bikini. I've been blessed. I've been married twice. Both my wives have been blessed. I mean, I've been a blessed man. And I'm a butt man, so this you know, but this was just intriguing. I mean, she smelled good. You know, went right past them signs that said danger if you've got heart trouble. Went right on up to the top of that sucker, got in it, and it was just by the time that we, you know, when we went through this, like, into the hole, into complete darkness, and you couldn't see this girl with the halter top in because we're in a complete dark, it finally dawned on me. See, even though I've had fantasies of flying a Navy, you know, Hellcat onto a carrier, you know, fighter pilot, you know, there's one thing this boy never does. He was on a roller coaster one time at Lake Park, in Ohio. And, and he just, I'll never get on another one. And then by the time we went in that hole, I just realized something. And then this is a roller coaster. Oh my God, this is a roller coaster. It's not only a roller coaster, it's a roller coaster in pitch black.
Yep.
I don't know who was screaming louder, the girls or me. So let me tell you something. You go to Disney, you be careful. I mean, them little sirens that get you in places you don't really want to go.
Yeah, boy.
Let me tell you. And tonight, listening to the Steve Summers show, I've been all the cliches I growed up with are getting blown away. You know, it's just like you drink like a fish, and then here we find out down there the distillery down south of you bust open, floods the river, and there's a whole big fish kill there. So much for drinking like a fish, you know, because apparently fish can't drink. And then tonight we're listening to this. You know, you teach a man, when you give a fish to a man, he eats for a day. You teach a man how to fish, he eats for life. Well, now if you give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man how to fish, he gets kicked off a cruise ship.
Permanently. It has been a very educational morning, right? What could we possibly learn in our final hour? Because that's where we're headed. And jump on in at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Months since the Chinese spy balloon scare, but only days since several close calls between U.S. and Chinese military units, another face-to-face meeting is being set up in China.
In the coming weeks, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is scheduled to visit China. The visit comes as part of ongoing efforts to reset relations between the U.S. and China following a tense year. I'm John Schaefer.
The White House says explosions that destroyed a dam in Russian-controlled southern Ukraine triggered massive flooding and evacuations.
We've seen the reports that Russia was responsible for the explosion at the dam, which I would remind, Russian forces took over illegally last year and have been occupying since then.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said the reservoir supplies water to the Russian-controlled Crimean Peninsula and the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. the largest in Europe. Right now, the plant reportedly has enough water to keep the nuclear power cores cool for about another month. One House Republican in D.C. says he doesn't believe the Biden administration when it says southern border crossings and encounters went down after Title 42's ending because of DHS changes.
Numbers of human beings crossing into America are indeed still at the record levels that we saw prior.
Louisiana Republican Representative Clay Higgins, during a House subcommittee hearing Tuesday, a Democrat stood up in response, arguing crossings at the border have dropped by half due to the opening of regional processing centers in Latin America and other DHS measures. Police in Virginia say several people were shot following a high school graduation.
We had a total of 7 individuals with gunshot wounds. 3 are considered life-threatening. 4 are considered non-life-threatening.
It happened Tuesday at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. Authorities have taken 2 suspects into custody. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The pilot of a plane which crashed, killing everyone on board in Virginia Sunday, was seen slumped over in the cockpit moments before it plunged to the ground. Military jets scrambled to intercept the airplane after it crossed into unauthorized airspace. And authorities say they spent half an hour trying to wake someone on board before it crashed in difficult terrain. It's believed a lack of oxygen in the cabin rendered them unconscious. An organization representing survivors and families of victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks is speaking out about the PGA Tour merging with LIV Golf.
9/11 Families United says it's shocked and deeply offended by the PGA's merger with the Saudi-backed LIV Golf. The organization's chair, Terry Strada, lashed out at PGA Commissioner Jay Monahan, claiming he co-opted the 9/11 community last year when he spoke out against LIV Golf. He continued saying Monahan and the PGA have now taken billions of dollars to cleanse the Saudi reputation. Strada went on to say PGA Tour leaders should be ashamed of their hypocrisy and greed. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Chris Christie is formally entering the race for the White House. The former New Jersey governor officially filed paperwork Tuesday saying he's seeking the 2024 Republican nomination for President of the United States. Former Vice President Mike Pence is expected to officially announce his candidacy in Iowa on Wednesday. The Queen of Brazilian Bossa Nova is dead. Astrud Gilberto has passed away at the age of 83. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At the Mule City 300, the Light Pros and Light Supers had just one winner apiece. In Super Farm, if you didn't have a 44, you were outgunned, while National Pulling's oldest and newest classes spread the victories around in Benson. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The association popped the top on its 53rd Grand National Championship season with a two-night affair at Galot Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina. The Mule City 300 gave the fans of the Carolinas the first taste of all the new horsepower that the Pullers brewed up during the offseason. In light superstock, Adam Spiegelberg of Wyoego, Wisconsin, began the defense of his second title with a pair of blasts from his Detonator Black Case IH.
Yeah, it's not often where you can go and do a sweep for the weekend.
The same occurred in Region 4 Light Pro Stock, where past champion Kendall Beasley of Moncure, North Carolina, and his high gear harvester won from both the bottom and top of the lineup over the two nights.
What a pass right there, fan. Kendall Beasley. It was a good track tonight. I kind of had a game plan off how I pulled last night.
In High Torque Super Farm, a late draw seemed to provide the ticket to the Session 1 victory for Russ Freeze and his Deer Tracks from Manchester, Tennessee. Freeze and his 4430 were the 15th to pull out of 17 entries.
What did you find in that track here tonight? I don't know. It just took up really fast, so it worked out.
In Session 2, Freeze was a participant in a six-way pull-off, but so was Tony Sietsma from Ellendale, Michigan, who brought his own 4430, the Wolverine Deer, to the fight and won by over 5 feet.
3, 2, 5, 3, 4, 0. We have a new leader. Well, career victory number 9 on the Grand National Circuit. Really good competition, of course, and everybody's friends.
The twin-engine light modifieds made their Grand National debut on Friday night. The name of Farley, Iowa's R.J. Simon will be etched into the ledger as the first ever winner, as his Simon Says followed up a 370-foot test pass with a 324-foot official distance.
That first pass was awesome. I was nervous about coming back to back it up. We did it. I'm super thrilled.
On Saturday night, Les Corporal of Marion, Indiana, dealt some corporal punishment to the young class with a 7.5-foot victory.
He drove out nice and made a little wiggle, and after that, it was just rock and roll.
And in Superstock Open, Friday belonged to the hometown favorite as Holt Strickland, son of four-time champ John and grandson of Galot team and track owner Earl Wells, notched his first Grand National career victory aboard the Get a Load of That Agco.
The second time behind the wheel of a Superstock Open tractor, and you are a winner here tonight. Thank you, thank you. Everything worked out good.
On Saturday, the John Deeres asserted themselves on the Southern Sod after Scott Whitworth's Field Forge 6030 assumed the lead on the 10th hook of 12. Delroy, Ohio's Jeff Hodem and Fully Loaded did this.
There it is, 345.02, your winner. Thanks, Dan. It was such a great feeling, great recovery for him last night.
Next up for the NTPA, it's Grand National action at a new venue. The Farley Nationals will overtake the Simon Family's 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa on Friday and Saturday, June 9th and 10th. Also on the 10th, Morley, Michigan and Waynesburg, Pennsylvania will break the seal on the Region 2 season, and Ellsworth, Wisconsin's Showdown in Kurdtown will do the same for Region 3. More information about all of the above is available as always at ntpapull.com, and Farley will be live streamed at ntpa.tv both nights starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you very much, John Dunlap. All right, get that final hour underway. Hump Day! And I can only imagine the frustration factor of being a construction worker out there, out in the heat all day, tearing up the old roadways and you're trying to get it right, pouring asphalt, not asphalt, but pouring cement. And a DA of the week comes through and just, right about the time you're done with all your work, looks great. It drives into the fresh cement. And this one's even better than that. Pennsylvania police charging a truck driver who drove around the road closure signs into the construction area, causing tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage. A 67-year-old truck driver, Douglas Harlan, was charged with felony criminal mischief from an incident that occurred back on May 15th, Mount Pleasant Township, Pennsylvania. A little before 4 in the afternoon, he was driving his semi north on Route 18, came across the barriers that the road was closed. Rather than turning around, he drove around the barriers, drove into a patch of freshly poured concrete. It hadn't even begun to cure. Yeah, that damage, more than $80,000 to repair. So, all the guys and gals that had been out there putting that together come out. If you have to see if you can only imagine the damage. He just made a mess out of the freshly poured concrete. So you come back out there, start fixing things up. About 4 hours later, same section of roadway. A couple on a Harley Davidson, same area. She moved the barriers so her husband could proceed through the construction area right out on the wet concrete. The Harley was sunk into the concrete, stuck there. Another $45,000 worth of damage. People, please pay attention to the road signage. Road closed literally means road closed. We haven't had one, but two incidents in the past 5 hours. Vehicles driving through, around, and past multiple road closed signs. Citations will be issued, your insurance will go up, and you delay construction for an already hectic project. Please help us. Simply follow the signage. That is all. Thank you. From the Mount Pleasant Police Department, but good golly. All right, back for another hour. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay, yeah, you got me now. I was on hold for a couple things I want to talk about, Steve. Going back to my first call, this still happened in Virginia. They ain't got no new news from what I read on Google a few minutes ago. All they know is 2 people dead, and I forget how many. The official number is 12 or 13 or something people shot. So 19-year-old. They claim that they took him into custody. So we'll see what happens with that. That's all we know. About this situation. Did you get any new news on this deal?
No, nothing new. Just the fact that of the 2 individuals that died, supposedly the 19-year-old did know one of them. So it may have been targeting one individual, not sure.
Yeah, but why did he have to shoot all the other people if he was trying to shoot one man?
Right.
Because they said, huh?
Good question. I'm like I said, obviously the investigation, they're trying. Well, they've got him in custody. Maybe they'll get it out of him. What the hell he was doing?
Yeah. Either he got a bad shot. I don't think that he was just looking for one individual. There's no way he could have shot all those people if he was trying to shoot at one man. So unless he just don't give a damn who get hit, which that's probably the case. He don't care who gets shot. Like I say, I don't know why they take these people into custody. Because, like I say, now he's going to be stuck. State of Virginia is going to be stuck paying this guy's, the bill the remainder of his life, because he probably won't get the death penalty. So he'll rot in jail for the rest of his life. And no telling how much money that'll actually cost to house this loser for the rest of his life. He'd be better under the ground, is the way I see it, Steve. But apparently the police don't do it that way. For some reason, they want to take these people into custody. But one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, about this other deal that's going on with the Chinese. I've seen again the video of these 2 naval ships, U.S. and the China, almost colliding with each other. And it's a dangerous situation that they got going on in China right now. But China, they realize that they on the clock, Steve, when it comes to Taiwan. I've told you this so many times. They know that Donald Trump could be back in his way in the White House. And I promise you that anybody out there knows that China wouldn't dare try to take over Taiwan with Trump back in the White House. So they on a countdown. They got like about a year and a half to make their move to, because they know we got an invisible man in the White House right now. So they got a year and a half to make their move before Trump get back in. So don't expect something real big to happen in the next couple of months. And you and I both know, and anybody who knows Biden knows what he's going to do. He claims that he's going to take action if the Chinese do something. But I already know what Biden's going to do, and that's absolutely nothing. The same thing he did in Afghanistan. So that, I told you that before, Steve. That's your answer to those people out there who are saying, what is Biden going to do when China takes Taiwan? The answer is zero, a big fat nothing. And thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Have a good morning. I've heard more on the southern border there in the news break. And, not all innocent individuals coming over looking for a better way of life. Proof. A Venezuelan national accused of murdering a migrant woman in El Paso just one day after the Department of Homeland Security released him into the United States. Hey, less than 24 hours, we got a murder. 34-year-old Eddie Jose Alvarado from Venezuela, arrested and charged this week in El Paso for murdering a 40-year-old female Honduran migrant the day after he was released into the United States, thanks to the expansive catch and release network. According to law enforcement, Alvarado and Zuniga, the female, crossed the border at the same time, subsequently released into the United States interior. The two ended up in a motel room downtown El Paso. The following day, first responders received a request to do a welfare check on her after entering her motel room about 1:30 in the afternoon. Found her unresponsive. She was pronounced dead. He had already fled El Paso for the Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas area. Police tracked Alvarado down, met with him, finding probable cause that he allegedly murdered her and stole her money. Now being held at the Tarrant County Jail, $2.5 million bail. All right, I'm sure she was, loaded with cash, right? It was worth it. What do you know, Scarecrow? Good morning.
Well, Steve, wasn't 20 minutes back. I'm standing there on the fuel line, and I can feel my antennae just start to vibrate like something crazy. I was scratching my head. What the heck? And then I realized Mr. Steve Summers has lit the candle on the crow signal there. Speaking of education, yeah, I meant to call earlier, but was a lot of worldly issues I wanted to talk about, the end of time and such, but no, I had a little more serious bit to cover here this evening, or this morning, I guess we are now. I guess I do have to ask, you got a lot of mileage out of the cruise here tonight, for certain there. Now, that was around the 20th, 22nd, something like that.
12th through the 20th, October of next year.
Oh, yeah. I might be able to convince her on that. We might have to make this an anniversary cruise. Our anniversary is on the 10th, so I can maybe lean on her a little bit. But that might be enough to sway her there. No, a week back, last weekend, at the crow's nest there, I was explaining to her how I'm apparently going to be going on the campaign circuit. And I made it known that what's going on, and there's going to be a whole lot of groping taking place. And she said, yeah, right. Well, now I took that as being as having her blessing. No, isn't that what it sounds like?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm liking it. I'm appreciating it. So, yeah, we got that established. Well, then I was outside actually earning my keep here, tugging on these tarps a while back, and I think it was inbred. Rick Deck was speaking. I had one ear on the ground and one ear listening to him. But Steve, did I hear that he's going to start charging potential cabinet members admission to the program there? Kind of thinking he's expecting some personal contributions from potential members. Well, for myself, given that I was penciled in weeks back, I expect that I'll be grandfathered in to this program. And on top of that, I actually wanted to call in, and given that the contributions have to be just rolling in, out of control almost right now, I'm just wondering how he's going to be dispersing those contributions amongst the participants in this sham, or we better call it a show. We'll call it a show. That's the best I can do for it right now. So yeah, we're and when I lay things out here, Steve, this whole bunch, they're going to be wanting to throw the money at Crow here. So what we've got going, we've got it all figured out here now, Steve. We'll be obviously appearing in a number of parades coming up. And now, given I brought up last night about the theme about the bib overalls, well, being the Wisconsinite, Oshkosh by gosh will be the theme on this end. Now, the Crow, he'll be found. He's going to drag out his old chromed out Schwinn Panther. Now, the old girl, she's about 60 years old now, 65 years old. It was a birthday present back in the mid-'60s. But it still resides under my roof. And it's a sweet ride there, let me tell you. Now, we've got this figured out. Now, it's got a tank, a tank with a horn mounted in it in the frames.
Right.
Well, my thoughts are, I can fabricate a little air compressor and take the place of the generator set I have on it, and here we are. Anyway, we got that generator set going. Got the air compressor, put a little air tank in there. Now I'm going to get myself one of them sets of air horns, like a certain other program participant has there. And in fact, maybe he could even donate his air horns to the cause and mount them on that bike. Now, when we get going in this parade, and our reputation will end up preceding us, mind you, because once the word gets out about the groping and the gropers that are the participants, the girls, young and old, they're going to be lining up, and when they hear that train horn coming down the parade route, all the squeals are going to be out there, and there are various stages of disrobing is going to be taking place.
Uh-oh.
And I think I have everybody's attention now, don't I? I don't think I have to say any more. So as I say, this is a guaranteed winning combination we have going here. And is that an education enough for the moment? You asked for
maybe more than we asked for, but
you asked for education, so I thought I just had to chime in there anyway. But I'll be listening to the other suggestions or such to somehow improve this program. We have to try before we finalize on a exact theme, but we're getting with it here now, so there'll be more to come, no doubt. That's about all I got.
All right, there's the Scarecrow. Keeping with the theme of an educational hump day morning, Wednesday, 7th day of June. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when you're to be storing whatever it might be, lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Stay-Bill storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and at the same time combat corrosion issues in your fuel system. So store your engine the right way with Stay-Bill. And if you'd like to place your order online, simple, go to goldeagle.com. You'll find your Stay-Bill products there. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll save 15% off your entire order. goldeagle.com. What's happening, Sundance?
Oh, not much, Mr. Summers. How you doing?
Here we are, Hump Day.
Well, no, I want to correct that. You've been misinformed about Hump Day.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, truck drivers work 70 hours on an 8-day cycle. So actually, Hump Day for truckers is tomorrow. We don't work 5 days a week. We work 8.
8 days a week.
So,
yeah.
Well, I mean, 70-hour, 8 days. That's our rule. I mean, we don't do 5 days. Right? I mean, I'm trying to see if that's what we need to talk about. But anyway, that's the rule. So 70-hour, 8-day rule. If you run 8 3/4 hours a day, you'll never run out of hours. Okay. Now, if you run eight hours a day and you're at the dock and you do your pre-trips and all that, that leaves you about 7 hours a day to drive, 7.5. So if you're making 60 cents a mile, you can run about 420 miles a day. So 420, about $240 a day. Now, if you go to work at McDonald's, and they pay $15 an hour, you guys would probably be better off doing that and being at home. Now, if you work 50 weeks a year and you're gone from the house the whole week, it's 8,400 hours a year as far as time away from your family. Now, if you want to take some time off, you're going to be a little bit less, but you'll probably still be around 7,000 hours a year away from your family. And if you make $70,000 a year driving a truck, you're at $10 an hour. And this is the problem. The rates right now are about $1.80 a mile. That would mean with everything being inflated and everything has gone up over the last 30 years, that means that the rates back in the 70s would have probably be around 50 cents a mile.
Okay, well, hold that thought because we got to pause there.
USA News Update. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie has filed paperwork for his presidential run. He is anticipated to officially launch his campaign at a town hall event in New Hampshire tonight. President Biden had his first cabinet meeting since he announced he's running for re-election. He told reporters they'd be talking about putting the laws they've passed into action.
Invest in America is more than just a slogan. We're investing in the American people, in our infrastructure, our manufacturing. We're investing in jobs in almost every community across the country.
They also discussed topics like border security, the climate crisis, and Russia's conflict with Ukraine. 9/11 Families United has expressed strong disapproval regarding the merger between the PGA Tour and Live Golf, which is supported by Saudi interests. The organization's chair, Terry Strada, has criticized PGA Commissioner Jay Monahan, accusing him of exploiting the 9/11 community in the past when he spoke against Live Golf. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on Hump Day. It's my Hump Day, because I don't work 70 hours in an 8-day week. But for what it's worth, I have been doing this as far as talking truck radio since 1996. And I do know that all the way back then, when I first got into the biz with my father, drivers at that time were saying they were making better money in the 80s than they were in the 90s. And it seems as that trend has just continued year after year for 25 years, making better money 10, 15 years ago than they're making today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, and look, I was doing great the last 2 years. I mean, I was leased on with a company and I sent you my pay stubs last year. I don't know if you remember, but I was on track last year to hit 400,000 gross. But then my net was only going to be 200,000, and I was on percentage, but then I caught them. Okay, so here's what these companies do, stuff like this. All right, so they were okay. Fuel surcharge got up to really high last year, like 76 cents, right? So what they would do is they would take, all right, so say the load paid $3 a mile, $2,100 for a 1,000-mile run, okay? For a 1,000-mile run, $3, no, it paid $3,000, okay? So with that number, I should have got paid $2,100. They made 9, I make 21. Then the fuel surcharge would kick in on there. I'd get another $700. So I'd make like almost $2,860 for that run. Well, these little guys figured out a scheme, right? So they would take the $3,000 that the load originally paid. They would subtract the fuel surcharge from the load and make it $2,240. And then they would give me 70% of that number and then throw the $760 back on there. So now I'm at, see, 2,200. 7% of that was like 16. So I made like 2,260 instead of my 2,860, right? They were keeping $600 of the $760 fuel surcharge. Now, you do that 4 days a week, I'm losing like $2,000 a week in fuel surcharge. They're putting it in their pocket. So this is what's going on in the industry. I mean, the rates are not, these customers cannot ship anything for less than $5 a mile. If they had to go buy their own trucks and put a driver in it, it would take twice as many trucks as they, that they need. Like say a company has 10 loads a day. They would, and that load goes 2,000 miles, so them trucks aren't going to be back tomorrow. So to move that same number of loads, they'd have to have 20 trucks to do that load. Now, 20 trucks is going to cost them $4 million, plus drivers, plus everything. We're getting killed out here because of the people for the manipulation of the numbers. Are they're just stealing it. Brokers are making 6 figures a year. A lot of them. I mean, they're killing us. And if you're going to run for $2 a month, the secret is you have to run for whatever the price of diesel is. If you run for $3.90 right now, you'll be fine. Every load should pay you whatever the price of diesel is. If we would all just come to that sense, we would all be good. But we're running for nothing. And I don't, I understand people don't know how to do numbers sometimes, but that's why they will lease you a truck, $150,000, $200,000 truck with no money down. You know why? Because they're killing it. They're making so much money. And so y'all just need to stop working for that. Just go work at the Hardee's so that Heatwave can get his Hardee's sandwich.
All right, Sundance. Whatever the hell, was there actually some sort of a plot there? So I don't know. Didn't seem all that educational, juggling numbers. Hey, the reason, they're actually looking into the FMCSA is looking into the predatory lease programs, which they've since 1996 when I started this whole thing, they've been talking about these predatory leases. Lease to own. How many drivers, even some that I personally know, got rooked in these deals. You pay for a year, you miss a couple payments, they take the damn truck back, and guess what? They've got the truck, you've lost your money, and they find the next sucker to reel in and do it all over again. I mean, there's tons of money to be made in there. All right, on a totally separate subject. We've been talking for how many decades with all the literally billions and billions of dollars we've put into cancer research. Why can we not seem to find a cure? There's always stories here and there about where we're on the cusp of something, but nothing really ever seems to ultimately come to fruition on that front. Maybe this will be the one. An off-the-shelf cancer vaccine could help prevent relapse in patients with two of the deadliest and fastest rising cancers in the world. The shot is designed for patients whose cancers are caused by the KRAS mutation, K-R-A-S, KRAS mutation, which that accounts for up to 9 in 10 cases of the disease. An early trial testing the effects in people with colon cancer and pancreatic cancers. Yeah, pancreatic, one of the deadliest. The first in-human study found the vaccine developed by the small firm Elisio Therapeutics showed the potential to lower the risk of relapse in 100% of patients who had had surgery to remove their tumors but still had cancer markers in their blood. Despite having their tumors removed and no evidence of the disease on their scans, nearly all patients showed signs of their cancer returning at the start of the trial. Scientists running the study that while much larger studies are needed to confirm the efficacy, the shot could improve survival for colon cancer, which is expected to be the #1 cause of cancer deaths by the year 2030, as well as pancreatic cancer, which has just a 12.5% survival rate after 5 years. Unlike other experimental cancer vaccines in development, this shot will not have to be customized to each patient, which means it would be much more readily available and much less expensive. Again, footnote, the vaccine, which was tested in patients with colon and pancreatic cancers, uses peptides to bind to the protein albumin. Albumin then travels to the lymph nodes and creates white blood cells, which help to fight off the cancer markers found in the patient's blood. This vaccine was tested in what they call a phase 1, first in human trial. Currently, recruiting for the next phase is already underway. So maybe we can keep our fingers crossed. Maybe, is it possible in our lifetime? They'll come up with some sort of a resolution there. All right, it looks like, is this John or Jiminy Cricket?
Speaking.
Hello, Jiminy Cricket.
Yes, sir.
Hey there.
How we doing?
Doing well. What's happening?
Just want to give you a little testimony on my, about 2 weeks ago, I was having some pickup truck trouble. I got a diesel pickup at the house and wasn't running real good. Started out for a camping trip and she gave me a little bit of fit, so I took her back to the house. Went over to Love's to grab some Hot Shot Secret. They didn't have the extreme diesel I wanted, but they had the EDT, so I double dosed it with that and threw the new fuel filter in her, and she's running like a scalded dog, so pretty happy with it.
How about that?
Yeah, so I wound up picking up the extreme diesel the next trip out. I found it at another Love, so just wanted to let you know I'm all in. I'm ready to jump on board. I got an RV, so I'll do the want to get some stuff to pick up the slides and all that good stuff. So, as a first-time caller, I'd like to have that code if you don't mind. This Friday, I know long-time listener, like I say. So.
Well, my friend, I've got your number down here, already in anticipation of getting that code coming your direction. Absolutely.
Sounds like a plan, and like I say, I'm all in. I did the Loves with the other, but I'm ready to get on board and get. I did the old your previous advertiser. I guess I was a big fan of it too. Got a big dose of it, so I'm still burning off the last of it. But want to go the Stiction Eliminator on that pickup at the next oil change. They're coming up pretty quick. I'll get on board and do all that too. So. Yep,
well,
it's all good.
Of course, when you order at hotshopsecret.com, obviously you're a CDL holder, so you get 10% off your order there. And then, of course, overnight drive at checkout, that's another 10%. So you can really save on the order there. And you'll get a $60 code for your next order. Absolutely.
That sounds like a plan there for sure. That'll get me well on my way to getting in for real, right?
There you go.
Yeah, listen, we're back to your daddy's day and all that good stuff. So, been around the block a few times there. Enjoyed the show over the years for sure.
All right.
Long time callers and stuff. So, with a good experience, I figure it's a good time to get in there and let you know how well it done for me. So.
That's great. I love to get those testimonials. Yeah. So, cleaned her right up, running like a scalded dog. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I'm all in. Like I say, it definitely worked for me. So, took her down to the camper this last weekend. It's about 70 miles down or so down to the camper. So she run real good all the way down, and even turned her loose and blew some more side out of her on the way home. So,
all right. Well, hey,
it's all good.
So after all these years, what took you so long to call?
Well, I just enjoy listening pretty much on a nightly basis. I just really just enjoy listening more than participating, I guess.
You and so many others. I can't tell you how much we hear that. Well, the key is you're out there listening, and of course now you're actually helping to support the program, supporting the product. That keeps us going.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, Chris has done a good job bringing you on board like he did. Took me a little while to find you. Several months there after you got knocked off, and then when me and a couple other guys up where I work at there discovered where he was at, so I've kind of passed word around on that end and got the app and all that good stuff. So
that's great. Well, I thank you so much. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for
Absolutely.
listening. And yeah, I'll get that email turned in, and I'll just watch your text messages. There you go. First time caller. Maybe Rambler convinced him to give a call, right? All right, happy hump day, says Truckin' Phil. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Heading up to just 76 in Fort Wayne, 73 Sterling Heights today. See, we've cooled off a bit. As we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, make that flip back once again. Yeah, COVID's still sticking its nasty head out there. My stepkid's father in Lafayette, Indiana, passed away from COVID complications with good life. He was a good man. Stay safe out there today, says Truckin' Phil. All right, you don't hear nearly as much about it, but yeah, there are still people, they say, dying from complications almost on a daily basis. Okay, so that was Truckin' Phil. What do we got there? Oh, there's Steve, Columbus, Ohio, checking in. Morning, Mr. Summers, and all the listeners out there. Hey, by the end of the day, we'll be halfway through another week, if you're not the Sundance Kid. And start looking forward to the weekend. Can't get here soon enough. Coffee is ready. The car's running. Time to head into town, see what goodies we can find in the trash today. Everybody enjoy. All right, right-wing nut. What's happening?
Not a whole lot. Yeah, I was listening to that, whatever the hell that old boy was. I ought to call him Wildflower because he just all over the damn place, I tell you. What the hell was he talking about? Flipping burgers compared to driving the truck. Damn, that's apples and oranges, buddy. Anyways, I guess as Heatwave would say, what the hell was that about? So anyways, yeah, I won't talk about that shooting there they had in West Virginia earlier today. 19 years old. Had a couple of guns on them. Well, and I guess they were handguns. Is that what they said they were? That they found on that kid?
Handguns, correct. Handy guns. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see here. He's 19. He's not allowed to get a handgun, but he got a handgun. So, I mean, what the hell, you know? You got laws. Now they're going to try to take the guns away from us again. Now those cigars are getting to me. I tell you what, why don't we just get all these kids that think they got problems, put them in a stadium, kind of like what they had during the Colosseum times during the Roman days. Just give them all the guns they want and let them shoot it out. And the last one to survive, we shoot him for mass murder too. I mean, good night. The laws are there, but nothing's happening. Why is it that every time we have a tragedy, we find out later that there were red flags and people knew about it, but they didn't do a damn thing? Like that building there in Davenport, Iowa. Now you got this kid here. You got the other mass shooters out there. Same thing. They were reported. Police looked into it, and it was decided, nothing. Well, we're reaping what we sow, and apparently we're sowing a bunch of pansies out there that think it was society's fault. No, it's a decision of one person to pull the trigger. And to answer Eagle's question about why he was shooting so wild, well, you know, when you have the guns at a 45-degree angle, you're not really going to be aiming at the right point. So you have to fire many shots to hit the target you actually want. Everything else is collateral damage. But I mean, that's just sad. So anyways, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good night, and we'll holler at y'all later.
All right, right-wing nut. There you go. Hey, Rambler, you get to follow the right-wing nut.
He's God, man. I tell you, I'll get you back on the blue parrot there. Yeah, man, I guess I get to be the last caller. And, Jiminy Cricket, praise God, man. Glad you called up, got the Hot Shot Secret voucher. My God. And that's proof enough right there, Steve, that all you have to do is be a first-time caller. And, man, he gave a pretty good testimony.
Yes, and sure did.
Vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Now we can just get Jiminy Cricket to come visit the Determined Ministries Church. And if he ain't got his life right with Christ, let's get his life right with Christ. Praise God. But good show tonight, Steve. I've been listening and everything like that, and appreciate all the callers calling up and giving their input. Did you happen to see what Terry Birkenstock, I think that's his last name, otherwise known as Steak Sauce 57, put on Facebook? Showed a driver passed out behind the driver's seat in the truck stop, and he said, "That must be Eagle." Maybe started laughing.
I haven't seen that one. Was that like on the Overnight Drive fan page, or?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. And Mr. Eagle, we love you, sir. We love you. I appreciate everything you do, contributing to the show. You got a lot of good insight. So keep it up, brother. And Steve, I know you got to get rolling here. Man, I appreciate you taking my call. Mr. Jiminy Cricket, thank you for calling. And if you're out there and you have not called, call and be that person that gets the $60 voucher to go online to hotshotsecret.com to get yours. And look, they have a lot of products. $60 can get you a lot of stuff. So you got to go online, and I think you add the 10% to it if you're a CDL driver. That's like $70, of Hot Shot stuff that you can get. But you got to be that first-time caller. So, right now, when I hang up, you pray about it. Say, God, give me the courage to call up Steve Summers, talk to 500,000 people, because there's about 500,000 that listen. No, I don't know really how many who listen. We hope it's a 500,000.
We'd like to think that, but I think maybe a tad bit exaggerated there.
That's right.
But we like to think positive.
That's right. Hey, you ain't lying, brother. Anyways, hey, listen, we love you, God, and remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And Jesus can love you, and he does. We here at the Overnight Drive family love you, and we certainly do. God bless you, Steve. I'll try and call in tomorrow morning, 10-4.
Thank you much. There you go, Brother Rambler. So he's out there listening in, too. Okay, what do we have here? Gary, as we wind things down. Steve, always a great show. Thank you. Hot Shot Secret. God bless all you hardworking Americans. All the overnight crew have a great day. All right. That may be just enough time. One other industry headline didn't get a chance to touch on this morning. Remember several months back when railroad derailments were suddenly in the headlines, and every time a train derailed, it was making national news, whereas they even explained that it's not something unusual that was occurring, that derailments happen on any given day. The Biden administration announcing they will conduct safety assessments of all major U.S. railroads in light of the derailment in Ohio. According to a letter observed by Reuters this past day, the Federal Railroad Administration reviews were sought by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and will be similar to a recently completed review of Norfolk Southern's safety culture practices and compliance after that derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, that caught fire, of course, releasing over 1 million gallons of hazardous material and pollutants. So there, each major railroad is going to be asked to develop corrective actions from the FRA, the Railroad Administration's administrator, once these are gone through. And the FRA will track those until they are completed. So trying to improve safety on the railroads. Have a great hump day. And we'll come back and kick it off again at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but